This is the preliminary hearing set in this manner. There was a petition filed August 23rd, 2028. I've had the opportunity to talk with the attorneys on a couple of different issues before we got started. For example, there is an order documenting that the first two children, Z and K, their last name is actually Miller. So that's one of the issues we talked about. We also set some dates for Mr. Joseph Miller's pretrial and trial, understanding his position from Mr. Brooks, and I anticipate some updates on Mr. McFarland's case as well. May I have the names of our participants, please?
Lee Heiss, lawyer guardian ad litem.
Ms. Stasia Thomas, counsel for the department. Ms. Harvey.
Sarah Harvey, DHHS.
Michael McFarland, representing mother. Please introduce yourself.
Stephanie Varga, Avalos.
Michael Brooks, I represent the father of two of the children, so Z and K. Z and K. Mr. Miller, would you identify yourself?
Joseph Miller.
Well, from this point forward, I would like Z and K to be referred to by their correct last names as determined by the Ohio courts.
Any objections?
We have the order, Your Honor, so no objection.
I have no objection, Your Honor. There's no legal grounds to object to on that.
Ms. Heiss?
Your Honor, I'm going to not weigh in on that if that's so no objection, but I will investigate and we may have to revisit it at a later time, but no objection today.
Thank you. All right. Well, the court has received and reviewed the orders. And unless I get some other information, that will be the move going forward. If there's some other information that comes up before the next hearing, I'm sure we can address that.
Further on the sidebar, my client waives the court reading the petition. She's received it, she's read it, and I've also advised her of her rights.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Brooks, could you confirm if your client has received the petition?
I know he has because he's gone and looked at it with me. So I know he's got it.
All right, and would he like it read onto the record, or would you like to waive that?
No, I don't want it read on the record.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Miller, we'll go to you directly. Do you have any reason to believe that you would be either a member or eligible for membership in any Native American tribe or band?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any reason to believe that your children are members or could be eligible for membership? Thank you. Same question to your client, Mr. McFarland.
She indicates no, Your Honor.
Thank you for confirming that. I have obviously the two orders that came in on the name change cases from the Ohio court. I also have a reference to a custody case, and there is a referee's recommendation and order from 2019 attached to the initial petition in this matter, which documents case number 11-36637 overlaps with our proceedings. Are there any other cases that the two of you are aware of that would concern the care and custody of any of these children? Ms. Avalos. Mr. Miller.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Each of you have the right to an attorney at this hearing as well as any subsequent hearings, which is why you have the court-appointed attorneys that are sitting next to you. You're welcome to hire your own attorney, and that attorney would contact your public defender at any time. You have the right to have the allegations in the petition read. Both of your attorneys have waived that. You should also know that if you decide you would like a jury trial, you have to file that request in writing within 14 days. You have the right to seek placement of your children at this hearing and the right to deny or admit the allegations and make a statement of explanation as it relates to that petition. Any question about any of those rights, Ms. Avalos? No. Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. McFarland, I think you know how your client would like to proceed, is that right?
I do, Your Honor. There are allegations of drug usage that my client allegedly admitted to. There's issues of possible child abuse based upon the petition. Therefore, my client wishes to enter a no contest plea, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you know how your client would like to proceed?
We'd like a trial.
Thank you. We've secured the dates for that for this, could you any of those?
Yes, so trial is October 10th at 1:30.
And we got
We have a
a
final pretrial on September 20th at 11.
thank you so much. Okay. Pending that pretrial and trial, Mr. Brooks, any requests?
2, Your Honor. 1, my client hasn't seen his children in 7 years. I think it's pretty clear from the preliminary information you have that he is a wronged party. Also, his children have been wronged. I would like some parenting time as to get reintroduced to his children between now and October the 10th. I'm sure right now, based on what I've read in the petition, that they think their father is some kind of monster, thanks to the mother's lies. And I want them to see a chance he's a normal human being. I'm not asking for custody right now. I don't think that's realistic, although I do have an objection to the appointment of the mother's husband as the custodian. We'll get into that, but I would like to see some reacquainted period. Some weekends, parenting time, not overnight, but so that he can get to know them, so they can get to know him. So they can see what his face looks like, so they can hear what the sound of his voice is. They don't know. And he doesn't know what they sound like. I mean, this is just egregious behavior.
If I could respond, Your Honor.
And I'm not done.
Sir.
And I would like the court to, just on a temporary basis, let these 3 folks get a look at each other and talk to each other. Please. That's request 1. Request 2 is I would like an alienation evaluation done on these children to see what this woman's done to these kids over the last 7 years. Sounds like it's quite a bit. And I think we need an objective third-party evaluation to inform the court of just what grounds for my client's extreme frustration is with this whole process. And I'd like to have that. And although I know he doesn't know what it is, once he understands, I think he'll agree with me. That's a good idea.
Mr. Brooks, have you talked with your client about any relatives that may be familiar with the children that would be available to provide care?
I highly doubt if any of his relatives at this stage are familiar with his children, but I'll ask him now. Sir, she's asking if you have any relatives who you would feel would be appropriate to take temporary custody of these kids.
Yes,
Who?
my sister Sue.
What's her full name?
Sue Kiltz, Susan Beatrice Kiltz, but she lives in Kentucky.
That's a problem. Because the court doesn't have jurisdiction in Kentucky.
And no, not at this time.
No.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Thomas, would you like to respond next, or would you like to hear what Mr. McFarland has to say first?
I would wait until Mr. McFarland has his opportunity.
I guess I neglected to say that in our sidebar, we did contact the friend of the court. There is an order from 2019 suspending Mr. Miller's rights through the circuit court for visitation of these children. So I agree with an alienation evaluation. We'll get to the bottom of also why his rights are suspended. We also indicated there's $8,200 and some dollars he's behind in child support arrears. He's made, I think, about 4 or 5 payments of $60 each, last one being in June of this year, according to what the friend of the court indicated. My client, my understanding is that the minor children have expressed that they wish to stay with their stepfather. That's my client's thoughts, but she does have an aunt, and her name is Christine Miller, who she would like to have considered if the court finds that unacceptable, Your Honor.
Oh, Christine Miller.
No relation to me.
All right. May I respond, Your Honor?
Sure.
I would like to point out that all the while this alienation was going on, an active partner of this woman was the very person they want to put these children back with. I have no confidence that he won't continue the campaign of besmirching this man, his character, his suitability as a father, and I am opposed to it.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, your position.
Your Honor, I believe that during direct with Ms. Harvey, I could ask questions as to what her investigation has revealed, I suppose, about these issues. But as it relates to parenting time, that's generally something I would say for closing. I think that in these types of situations where we don't have any connection for 7 years or so, we have a 13 and a 15-year-old. They are of a suitable age to express some sort of preference. And of course, I think that a parental alienation evaluation is totally reasonable. But I also think that it's appropriate to begin with some therapeutic services for both sides, both children and adults here, and find a way to have a therapeutic reintroduction phase.
Ms. Heiss?
Thank you, Your Honor. The children have had a recent trauma with their mother's mental health and her seeking treatment. They were to start school today and they're already here. They have told me that they need and want to stay for the short term at least with Mr. Avalos. They have two siblings there with whom they are very bonded and have been a part of those two kids' lives, and that would be very disruptive to the little ones. So although I'm not opposed in any way to a parent alienation report, and should there be findings of parent alienation, we're just meeting this family today, but if that is true, that we have resources to back that out and to make this family healthy again. But I can't do that overnight. So I can't get these children to leave what they call home with who they call father. This would have to be a direct placement. The agency does not oppose my request, but they are not asking that you place the children with them because Mr. Avalos does have some concerning criminal history, pending criminal history, and placement may have to be moved shortly, but in one day on the first day of school, I think that is to change their placement is not in the children's best interest. Thank you.
May I respond to the GAL's comment, or may I not?
Let's take some testimony and then we'll continue the conversation about visitation and placement.
Oh,
All right. Well, just to clarify positions, Ms. Thomas, are you asking, I know the petition is asking for removal. Are you asking for removal?
Your Honor, per policy, the department, that is what we have to ask for, at least for the two older children. There was hope that the children could remain in their home. The other request is for mom to be ordered out of the home. It's my understanding she, I think, has been voluntarily doing that as it is. But right now, that's where we are. Again, I would like to have more testimony from Ms. Harvey as to whether a direct placement could be appropriate for this family.
Thank you. Your formal position, Mr. McFarland, on removal?
I'm sorry, I was discussing with my client
That's okay.
another matter. What was the issue?
My understanding is your client has been out of the house under a safety plan, more or less.
Let me ask. My client agrees to remain out of the house, Your Honor. The marriage we was discussing, we have two other parties who are actually interested parties who are in the courtroom. I don't know if the court needs to make note of that or not, just minors.
Thank you. Your position formally, Mr. Brooks?
well, let's start with this. I don't believe a word this woman says. She has been adjudicated or determined to have committed fraud under oath twice, one for each child, in the Lucas County courts. How do you know? In fact, I'm quite confident that she would lie to you about what she is and isn't doing, both with going into the home and with what she is or isn't saying to the kids. You're going to get her to stop after 7 years saying the father's dead? You think she's going to stop? Based on what? No, the children have to be removed. As for Mr. Avalos, he's not here. He hasn't had to respond to anything, but he's been right there while all this is going on. I think he probably knows that this gentleman who's sitting here with me is not dead. I'm pretty sure he knows it, and he allows this to continue. That poisoning has to stop. Now, is it harsh? Yes, it is. Is it going to upset these two children? Yes, it is. I don't like it, but I also don't like what has happened to these two kids up till now. Their brains have been poisoned, and poison is the appropriate word. Whose fault is that? Hers and the man she's married to. No, she should not have them. No, they should not stay in that house one more minute. I don't like it, but it's best for the kids.
All right, Mr. McFarland, can you clarify whether or not your client continues to be married to Guy Avalos?
Yes, that's affirmative, Your Honor.
All right, testimony, Ms. Thomas.
Your Honor, I would call Ms. Harvey and then also ask if it is Ms. Varga Avalos's intent to, contest that it also serve as the factual basis for the plea.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, that you broke in and out.
We would accept the petition as a factual basis for the plea.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McFarland.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good morning. Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Harvey, can you please state your role and familiarity with this matter?
I am a CPS investigator for DHHS, and I was assigned to investigate allegations against Stephanie.
And the allegations were in fact solely against Ms. Varga Avalos, correct?
Correct. My initial allegations were just against Stephanie.
And in your investigation, did you discover that Mr. Avalos is not the legal father of all children in the home?
Correct. He is the legal father to the two youngest children, G and A. He is not the legal father to the two oldest children, Z and K.
And in your investigation, what concerns did you have regarding Ms. Avalos or Ms. Avalos?
The original allegations came in with improper supervision as the allegation. I added an additional allegation of threatened harm of physical abuse. On July 8th, Ms. Avalos was riding in the car with three of her children. She was agitated. The children described her driving as erratic. One of the children texted Guy Avalos indicating what was going on in the car. He then got with Stephanie and asked her to pay attention, that she needed to not drive erratically. That upset Stephanie, and she stated that she should just drive her car with herself and the children into a lake. Then Guy Avalos would not have any family left, and that would hurt his feelings. It was discovered through interviews with the girls that this type of suicidal threat and emotional manipulation, so to speak, was common in their home. She often threatened suicide in order to get the children to do what she wanted them to do, or if they had in some way hurt her feelings. All of the children, all four, indicated that they were not safe with Stephanie. The day of the incident, Stephanie was taken to the hospital and admitted to Stonecrest for treatment. I asked them if they would feel safe after their mother received treatment, and they all indicated that they would not be safe. The two oldest girls were very expressive in their opinions and stated that they know that their mom has not been taking medication appropriately. She often essentially zones out. There are times when the children have to leave notes around the house reminding her when to pick them up from practice because she is incapable of just remembering and coming to practices. There tends to be a wide array of moments where her mental health was standing in her way of parenting.
And do you believe that, based on your investigation and what was told to you, that the children would be at a substantial risk of harm or continued substantial risk of harm to their life, physical health, or mental well-being if they were to remain in the care and custody of their mother?
Yes.
And based on that opinion, did you investigate whether the two oldest children had another legal parent that they could safely return to or release to?
Yes, so I was given the name of Joseph Miller. I immediately got the friend of court order, which showed that his parenting time was suspended in 2019. That was in full alignment with what Stephanie had told me, that he had not seen the children since 2016, and that in 2019 a court order went in place to suspend his parenting time, which is what the court order said. It was also in line with what the girls both indicated when I spoke to them about the last time that they had seen Mr. Miller, or what their thoughts were on Mr. Miller. Both of them indicated that it was approximately 2016 when they had their last memories of seeing him. Our address and phone number in our computer system was not accurate. We then did various searches online and through the friend of the court and payments through child support to find the address for Mr. Miller. We sent a courtesy worker who made a couple attempts face-to-face. Mr. Miller's apartment complex is secure, so you cannot knock on his door. You have to essentially be outside. It's locked to get into the doorways. We did not have a accurate phone number for Mr. Miller, so we did send all of his documentation through the mail.
And during your investigation period, through front of the court, were there any other documents indicating that there had been any movement through the front of the court case or custody case since 2019?
No, there was nothing that came to us since 2019. There were previous hearings and previous requests back and forth, but there was nothing after the 2019. It was the most recent that we were given.
And at that time, did you have an opinion as to whether the children would be at a risk of harm if they were to be in his care and custody?
I didn't feel that it would be in their best interest. I did feel there was a risk of harm. There was some DV allegations by the oldest child, by Stephanie herself, and some other people in Stephanie's life that indicated that there was an issue with domestic violence in the home while they were there. And both of the girls indicated that they did not want contact and they were fearful of contact with Mr. Miller.
Do they indicate whether that was based on their own memories or that of something someone else told them?
The oldest does indicate that she does remember a domestic violence incident in which I believe a wedding ring was thrown at Miss Avalos or Miss Varga Avalos and hit her in her head. The younger one was too young to have those memories for herself.
Thank you. And at this time, there's been some conversation or discussion, I guess, about whether Mr. Avalos can be considered a relative placement for the older two children. Can you explain what the department discovered in that inquiry and what the department's position is?
So as part of our investigation into any placement, we do a criminal history check. Mr. Avalos does have some more recent past criminal history and a current outstanding charge, which does stop us from saying that he would be our requested placement.
Are, to the best of your knowledge, are any of those offenses violent in nature or assaultive in nature?
Yes, the previous history does have some domestic violence charges. They were started as a different charge and pled down to a domestic violence charge. The current charge does not include any assault.
And how long ago were the DV charges, to the best of your knowledge?
To be honest, I know that they were within 3 years, but I don't know the exact dates.
Do the children have any fear of Mr. Avalos, to the best of your knowledge?
No, they've actually indicated that he has been their safe person through this experience.
And do you know about how long Mr. Avalos and Miss Varga Avalos have been married?
I know that they've been together for 9 years, but I know that they were not married that whole time. I want to say 2 to 3 years, but that's just based off my memory.
Okay, thank you for that information. And if the court were to do a direct placement, would the department have, based on the information you've discovered, would the department oppose that in any way as it relates to the children's safety?
We would respect the court's ruling.
In the 2 younger children, you are asking that they just simply be released to their father, Mr. Avalos, under the supervision of the department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As it relates to parenting time, do you have a recommendation for parenting time for both respondent parents at this time?
My recommendation for parenting time is that parenting time be suspended until a full therapeutic parenting time evaluation and process can begin. These children, all 4 of them, have substantial trauma. I want to put in referrals for CTACs so that we can get a full trauma assessment and then begin the process of parenting time after that. I think it's just too soon for any of them. I think they need to process some of the trauma before they integrate into parenting time.
And when you talk about the CTAC assessment, can you just inform everyone what that acronym means?
So it's a children's trauma assessment. It's fully intensive. It will look at the long breadth of history, not just what's currently going on. So it will give a very accurate account of trauma. It talks also with families. Stephanie will be involved, Guy will be involved, Mr. Miller will be involved. That way you get a full picture of the trauma and how the children are dealing with it.
And is there an element for a bonding assessment?
Yes, it can be done. Bonding assessments can be done.
And in the parents' defense, that process sort of takes a long time, correct?
Yes, it does.
And so what would be the mitigation to the deterioration of a bond between the children and their parents in the meantime?
Currently, as it relates to Mr. Miller, there is not a bond. So it would not be a detrimental in any way. We could only move forward in that case. As it pertains to Miss Avalos, the children right now, the older children do indicate that they could use a break from the parenting time. There have been some moments during parenting time where there have been inappropriate comments. There have been text messages sent to the children, which offer a manipulation piece. I just don't feel that we're at a space where that parenting time is able to be monitored. I believe that we would start into parenting time and then we would have to stop the parenting time. And that would cause more of an issue for the kids.
Thank you. And is there anything else you would like to bring to the court's attention today?
Not at this time.
And if the court does not order direct placement for the two older children, have you been able to approve, I guess, per policy, Miss Christine Miller as relative placement?
Yes, we have done all of the checks and she has been approved as a placement for the two older girls.
And would that keep them in the same school district?
No, not only would the girls be separated from their younger siblings, they would then reside in Wayne County.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brooks?
Is this other Miller person related to my client in any way?
No, not in any way.
Okay. What is Mr. Avalos' criminal history over the last 3 years?
I don't have that information right off the top of my head, to be honest. He wasn't, and the allegations weren't against Mr. Avalos. So that part I didn't record to memory.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Are you aware that when Mr. Avalos was convicted of domestic violence, that he still was able to have contact with the two older minor children in this case? Are you aware of that?
I would assume that because he lives and resides in their home and there was no contact order in place right now.
And this domestic violence history did not involve minor children or the children in this case, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And are you aware that he's currently on probation being monitored by the courts for his
Yes.
behavior?
Yes,
Okay, and he's not been violated with that at this point, correct?
correct.
Nothing further?
Ms. Heiss?
Thank you. Mr. Avalos has been approved by the agency for placement of the younger two, correct?
Yes, we have no allegations against Mr. Avalos.
And his criminal history doesn't prevent him from having placement of his own biological children, correct?
Not at this time, not from his biological children.
So the reason the agency doesn't recommend placement of the older two children with DHS than placing with Mr. Avalos is because they are not his biological children, correct?
That's correct.
So there's a different standard for them. The older two children are 15 and 13, is that right?
Yes,
And they're verbal and they're able to articulate to you if there's a problem?
yes, they express themselves very well. They do a very good job of advocating for themselves.
And what is their wishes?
Both of the girls have indicated to myself that they want to stay with Guy. They feel that Guy has kept them safe during this time, and he will continue to do so. They both see Guy as the father figure in their life. They want to stay with their younger siblings. They fear for what their younger siblings will go through if they are not in the house, and that form of stability isn't maintained.
So in your petition, you're alleging that Mrs. Avalos has been diagnosed with a mental health condition. Is that true?
That's correct.
And she hadn't been medicating appropriately and maybe over medicating in other ways. Is that true?
Yes, there were indications that it wasn't appropriately being medicated.
And although she's had treatment at this time, are you recommending or that there be no contact between Mrs. Avalos and the children outside of visits?
Yes, outside of visits, I think that it would be inappropriate, as we've seen some issues already.
Okay. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Redirect, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Any recross, Mr. Brooks?
No,
Just one question based upon the guardian items. Are you requesting that neither parent have contact outside of visitation? No Facebook, no social media, no texting, no
Correct.
contact like that?
Until we can get the full trauma assessments done and see where we stand.
Father and mother, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You may return your seat. Okay, any other witnesses, Ms. Thomas?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Anyone you'd like us to hear from today, Mr. McFarland?
Nope.
Mr. Brooks?
Although I'm sure it would be rather theatric, I'm gonna ask the court to take my word for it that my client is extremely frustrated over this woman's behavior and that of her husband, and the way he's been treated and the way that his two children have been treated. And I ask you to grant him immediate parenting time with an ultimate goal, I'll be perfectly blunt, of getting custody of these two girls away from their mother. But for now, I want the alienation evaluation, and I would like to see him have parenting time with his girls immediately. Just imagine, they're teenage girls. They don't even know what the sound of his voice is. That's obscene. Please give him some parenting time.
Okay, anyone you'd like us to hear from, Ms. Heiss?
I don't have any witnesses, but I have interviewed my client and would like to make a report regarding that.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the children do wish, the two older children who I interviewed do request to be placed with Mr. Guy Avalos, at least temporarily. They indicate to me that they are doing well in school. Today was to be their first day of school, but generally they understand that attendance and grades are very important, and they're generally well-behaved children, and they will be visiting. They are also counseling. They understand
You're breaking up, Lee.
Mandatory. Sorry about that. The children wish to stay with Guy Avalos. Thank you.
All right, well, for purposes of the prelim and removal, I think that about sums it up, with the exception of the plea that your client wishes to enter, Mr. McFarland.
Correct.
Okay, please come on up to our seat.
Ma'am.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
First of all, is there any objection to Ms. Avalos entering no contest plea?
I
No, Your
have no
Honor.
objection.
No objection.
No position, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Heiss, do you find it to be in the best interest of the children for the court to accept no contest plea?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Avalos, if I accept your plea, you are giving up the right to a trial by judge or jury, the right to have the petitioner prove the allegations in the petition by a preponderance of the evidence, the right to have witnesses against you appear and testify under oath at trial, the right to cross-examine witnesses, and the right to have the court subpoena any witnesses that you believe could give testimony in your favor. Do you understand you'll be giving up or waiving the rights I've just indicated to you if you enter a no contest plea? I'm sorry, you'll have to scoot up to the microphone and speak very clearly. Yes, thank you. With regard to the consequences of your plea, or in other words, what will happen, the court will do the following. There will be continued investigation by the caseworker to see what the problems are in your family and how and whether they can be solved. The court could dismiss the case if there is no need for the court to be involved. If it appears that there is a problem that may be solved, the court can make the children temporary wards of the court, place them with mother or father or with relatives or in a foster home in order programs for you and your children, such as counseling, drug and alcohol treatment, assessments, and parenting classes. If it appears that you will not be able to provide a proper home for the children in the reasonably foreseeable future, the court could terminate your parental rights. In regard to the plea itself, the plea can also later be used as evidence in a proceeding to terminate your parental rights. Do you understand the consequences of your plea? Yes, thank you. Do you have any questions about any of the information I've given you so far? Are you under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or any other mental or physical condition that could interfere with your ability to understand what you're doing right now?
No.
Is anyone making you or forcing you to enter a no contest plea?
No.
Has anyone threatened you in order to get you to enter a no contest plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything in order to get you to enter a no contest plea?
No.
Would you say your decision to enter a no contest plea, which is in effect an admission of the issues in the petition, a decision of your own free will? Yes. All right, just to confirm, I'm to use the testimony of Ms. Harvey and the petition as the factual basis of the plea, counselors?
Agreed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. McFarland, and the rest of the attorneys, are you satisfied with the factual basis of the plea and the advice of rights?
I am.
No opinion.
I'm satisfied.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You may return to your seat. Court finds the plea to be knowingly, understandably, and voluntarily made with a full understanding of the consequences. I further find the record supports that one or more of the statutory grounds alleged in the petition are true. I am to consider the statements in the petition as well as the testimony of Ms. Harvey. Thank you for your investigation. It does appear that there is a risk of harm to the environment of the children with their mother there as a result of her untreated mental health issues that she has used as a way to manipulate and harm their mental health and potentially their physical health by failing to undertake many of the parental responsibilities that she normally would have to undertake, such as attending medical appointments, attending educational obligations, and assisting the children in those endeavors. We have the criminality aspect, which is the reason why the court has accepted a no contest plea, which is the reckless driving of this parent with the children in the car, threatening suicide and homicide of herself and the children. The untreated mental health issues are outlined therein as well, and forms the basis for many of the issues that are arising in that home, such as the ones that the court has already described and that are more detailed in the report. So I do find that the home is compromised, as well as the children subject to neglect as a result of mother's actions in this file, and that jurisdiction of the court is appropriate over the children as well as over Stephanie Avalos. I agree, and I'm glad to hear that the children are already in counseling. I'd like to have copies of the initial 30-day trauma screenings. And obviously, if there's any CTAC evaluations that come back, we'll look at those as they arise. The court will order the parental alienation evaluation. Ms. Thomas is familiar with that process. She can assist you with who that person would be. As it relates to visitation with Mr. Joseph Miller, I find that it's appropriate to acknowledge that he has acknowledged himself. He has not seen these children in 7 years, and that break in their relationship, along with the perceived trauma that they have around that, could cause some harm to them on a mental health basis if I were to allow visitation immediately. So I will ask the parental alienation evaluator if that person is comfortable with a recommendation. If they're not comfortable with that, or perhaps in conjunction with that, we could consult Ms. Brene Moore immediately to have an evaluation as it relates to parenting time with the older two children. But as a result of the effective abandonment of these children for that period of time, that will be the cause for formal removal of the older two children from their father, Joseph Miller. It's also reflective of the court's review of the last friend of the court order, which does reflect suspension of his parenting time back in 2019. And as Mr. McFarland shared, that has been confirmed that that order still remains in full force and effect. So because of those concerns, that will be the order moving forward as it relates to Joseph Miller and parenting time with his two children, as well as the formal removal of these children from his care. As it relates to all four children, the younger two children are approved for placement with their father, Mr. Avalos, and I will honor the request of the older two children to remain placed with Mr. Avalos at this time. That will mean that there will be a formal order entered prohibiting Stephanie Avalos from entering onto the premises. Moving forward, that will be enforced like a personal protection order. If you step foot onto that property, Ms. Avalos, outside the permission of the Department of Health and Human Services, that will be cause for the children to remove the children from Mr. Avalos. Do not compromise their placement with them. Do you understand? Thank you. Will be no contact between these children and their mother outside of supervised parenting time, either conducted by the department formally and the agency and or a therapeutic interventive process. And if that's compromised, that compromises the placement, period. Understand me, Mr. Avalos?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The reason for the removal of the mother from the home is in fact the same basis for the court to assume jurisdiction and to accept the factual basis of the plea. That will continue moving forward. Ms. Harvey or the agency, whoever will be taking over at this point, will be working with the family and with you, Ms. Avalos, to formulate a case services plan. We encourage you to get started on that as soon as possible to take care of yourself, your mental health, and get on a pathway to reintegration of yourself into the home of your children. We've already started therapy. So Ms. Harvey will be the point of contact on any of those efforts. We should report those to her until and unless she tells you otherwise. All right, our next court dates are already established. That September 20th at 11 a.m. hearing will also be the initial disposition from Ms. Avalos, in addition to the final pretrial for Mr. Miller. And hopefully we'll have some kind of evaluation back. So Ms. Harvey will need you to get those referrals out right away, and whoever bites first, frankly, just go in that direction. I'd love to have an update on parenting time and be able to look at that for Mr. Miller at our next hearing if possible. Okay.
One last detail, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the history of this couple with these children of my clients, I would like them to be admonished that they should make no negative comments about Mr. Miller at all while they're in custody of Mr.
We agree, Your Honor.
Very good. I agree. Also, Mr. Brooks. So please be cognizant of that, Mr. Brooks. Keep that in mind. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Brooks?
No.
We'll proceed then to the trial as it relates to your client, which has been requested as a bench trial as of today on October 10th at 1:30. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unless there's any questions, that's all for today. We're good this morning for the initial disposition of the parent in this case. And the names of our participants, please.
Lee Heiss, regarding ad litem for the children.
Thomas, counsel for the department.
Eva Kopis, prosecutor specialist with NDHHS.
Can you spell that for us, please?
Eva, EVA, last name Kopis, KOPAS.
All right, thank you.
Michael McFarland, representing mother. Please introduce yourself.
Stephanie Varga Avalos.
Very good. All right. Ms. Heiss, we're ready for your report whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I got to meet these.
Do we need him?
Oh, yes, he represents bio dad of the older two.
Ah, right, very good. Okay. All right. Okay, so do we have Joseph Miller here?
Yes.
Joseph, great, very good. What about Guy Avalos?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, welcome.
And the two older children are here too. They're on zoning code.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor.
Your client, Mr. Miller, has already introduced himself. He is here. Would you like to put your appearance on?
Michael Brooks, I'm appearing on behalf of Mr. Miller, Joseph Miller. He is the legal father of the younger child and the bio father of the older child.
All right, Ms. Heiss.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was able to meet these four wonderful girls. Wow. You're missing all the fun out in the field. So as you recall, all four girls are staying with Mr. Avalos, and they, two younger are his biological children, two older are not, but this is where they call home. This is who they call dad. So all their needs are being met in their current placement, which can be no small feat. Dad has to argue for the family gets food funding on a card, a debit card, and he has to argue even to get the food card from mom to get milk for the kids, and he has to get gas to get the milk for the kids, and it's a big chore. So we'll be looking forward to supporting him in this placement. According to the girls, the older girls, there have been no counseling appointments made towards the goal of introducing biological father and seeing what his role can be. but we're early in the case and we're just at disposition. It's my information, there was a new assaultive incident yesterday where mom punched dad. He's got a big, but we'll let the criminal case sort that out. I'm sure there'll be a police investigation and a police report. The children's needs are being met at home. You know, these kids have been fooled before, and they're a really good test for me to know if mom's doing well or not. I would suspect that mom is communicating with the children outside of visits, and I would ask the court to mention again, as you did in the court order last time, that contact not happen between visits. This is a time for mom to get better, for mom to do her case service plan, for mom to really benefit from services. And if she doesn't choose to change, or if she can't change, there isn't going to be a reunification. The kids have had it. The little ones are benefiting very much from the visits they have with mom. It is in a supervised capacity. I think maybe there could be more depending on resources of the family. Those little ones are very, they look up to their mom, and they haven't experienced as much as the older kids have, but mom was gonna get treatment, and whether she did or she didn't, it hasn't taken yet. Mom has to decide to make a change or this isn't gonna work. The older kids aren't gonna be fooled again. They live through an awful lot. There are just minimal resources to go around. You know, these kids have some clothes there's one bedroom for 4 girls, and it's all very neat, but they each have the privacy of their twin bed. That is it. There aren't play areas, there aren't outside, there's a little bit of outside areas, but this is a very marginal family, and mom's bad behavior cannot be tolerated. There's not enough resources to go around. These kids need lunch, they need tennis shoes, they need milk. Dad is made a real healthy dinner for the kids. They were all sitting there eating it, and it was really nice to see this house, but mom can't interrupt that during this case. She has got to let them have some peace, some growth, get to school, do what they need to do. That's enough for this family. Mom's problems are too much. So we encourage her to follow this case service plan that has been laid out and make the changes necessary to reunite with her family and become an asset to the family again, and get back on to raising the kids that she brought forth in the world, and it's her responsibility. She needs to get back there and make their lives good. So that concludes my report for today.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you. For purposes of initial disposition, I would ask Ms. Kopis to be sworn in.
Thank you. Ms. Kopis, come on up to our witness stand.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
It's been an update. Yes, hopefully it will stay that way. Okay, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. Ms. Kopis, can you please state how you are familiar with this matter?
I'm the foster care teacher that was assigned the case after the initial removal of the children.
And since the removal and the petition's been brought forth, have you had the opportunity to visit with the family and speak with the respondent parents?
I've had an opportunity to speak with all the parents, whether face-to-face or over phone calls. And then I've also had an opportunity to meet with the girls and talk to them as well.
And what is the current permanency goal for the children?
Reunification for the 2 older children, family preservation for the 2 younger children.
And all 4 children, as Ms. Heiss stated, are with Mr. Avalos, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you believe that that is the least restrictive environment to ensure their safety at this time?
It is.
And do you believe that he is exercising the reasonably prudent parent standards as it relates to raising the children?
Yes. Mr. Avalos has tried to maintain some normalcy for the children throughout this process, has tried to ensure that they have stuck to a routine, stuck to their normal routine, so that they are not as displaced as the case typically would allow or would typically do for a child.
And as a result of the reunification goal the permanency goal for the children, were you able to speak with mother about the case service plan that you submitted with your court report?
Briefly, we talked specifically about the court report, and then we've had a separate conversation in which we talked about services and what she thought would be beneficial, and what I thought would be beneficial.
As it relates to the court report and the attachments that you provided, are there any updates or modifications that you need to make to any of those documents?
I do have a letter which mother provided me. I attempted to make sure that all parties have it, so I apologize if that did not happen. Indicating that she has been in therapy since August 10th, that she is still currently participating. I did not get that letter until after everything was submitted, but I do have additional copies so that everyone can have them. The only other, I think, new development was that I did receive a phone call yesterday from Mr. Avalos alleging that there was an incident in which mother attacked him in his vehicle. I'm very concerned about that, given that mother is in treatment and that we have another incident in which she is also threatening another parent.
And you just mentioned another incident. One of the documents that you included is a police report. Is there any additional information that you would like to highlight for the court's attention on that point?
I don't have any other things on that point. Well, I apologize. I did have a conversation with mother about the allegation about her allegedly threatening to harm Mr. Miller. She did indicate that she did make those statements, but that she had meant them out of frustration, and that she was not serious and did not have an actual homicidal intent. So we had a conversation about words matter, and that is part of how this case developed. Was a statement was made that caused children to fear for their life, and that she did not have the luxury of making statements like that during this case.
Thank you for that update. And as it relates to the case service plan with mom, do you believe that the elements that are included in that are sufficient to address the conditions that cause the family to come under the court's jurisdiction?
I do.
And to date, has mom participated or engaged in any of the voluntary services?
She has, because she has already started in her mental health services, and she has already started with medication reviews, and she has been open with the department about the next coming services, and she's asked good questions about referrals and how the process works. And so other than the therapy and the medication review, she hasn't started services, but she's definitely engaging with me and definitely asking questions.
Great. And I noticed in your report that there are referrals made for the trauma assessments, and it looks like maybe there's one a week for a month or so. Are the children, or have any referrals been made for individual therapy at this time?
They have not been made for individual therapy at this time. The hope was to wait to see what the trauma assessments recommended, so that we were not duplicating services and that we were having a good start base of where the girls were at.
And have you had the opportunity to speak with them or the parents about how they feel about that plan moving forward?
I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Miller about therapy. He believes that they should be started sooner rather than later. Did not have great detailed conversation, other than that all parties do agree that they do need therapy and that it does need to start sooner rather than later.
Is there anything as it relates to parenting time? Ms. Heiss had made a comment that the younger children are benefiting quite a bit from that parenting time with mom. Do you have any recommendations or plans to modify parenting time?
So initially, the two older children did not want to visit, so we had not had any plans to modify or change parenting time other than what the court has right now. Mom is in the beginning of visiting, and she does do well. I do not plan to change any of her visitation anytime soon.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to bring to the court's attention at this time?
The department is requesting that mom do her parenting time during the work hours. We do believe that she has demonstrated a behavior that does cause a safety risk, and I cannot guarantee the staffing and the logistics of doing a parenting time after 5 o'clock, and that will have all the security measures in place.
Would that interfere with any of the children's like extracurricular activities or anything?
It doesn't. Mom recently gained new employment and there appears to be a conflict there. I did have a brief discussion with her asking if she could inquire with her employer, and did her employer understand the court case that she was dealing with. She had indicated that her primary site did not know, but that the temp agency that she was working through did know. And so at this point, she said that she would inquire with work.
Okay, so the 4 p.m. parenting time may not, or may be in conflict with her current work schedule, that if I'm hearing correctly?
Yes, she would like to move the visit back an hour.
Okay. And if that her work is not agreeable to allowing her to have that time off, is there a backup plan to ensure safety of all parties involved?
We would have to have an FTM to discuss it further, discuss the safety measures that would need to be in place. And then I have made additional referrals to some of our private providers that provide parenting time, so that hopefully one of them can provide different hours or different means for parenting time outside of the department's hours.
Thank you for that information. If there's nothing else, Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit the court report with the attachments.
No objection.
Brief word here regarding service, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
My client who called me this morning indicated she hadn't been served. Did you serve her 7 days prior to this? And if so, what manner?
No, I did not. We discussed it. I did not hand it to her until we met up today. This is the first time I've seen her since the court report was written.
Okay, Your Honor, I do have a problem. My client hadn't had a chance to read it. I emailed it to her this morning, and she would like more time to read that. Maybe we could adjourn, so my client would have that opportunity to do so.
Ms. Copas, is there a reason you didn't include the parent with your email service to the rest of the parties?
I did not have an email address for mother, and generally I discuss it with them in person so that we can go through, like I did today when I went through with her, all of what the expectations would be for her and what we were looking forward. Like I said, we discussed the services, but no, I had not given her the actual.
What about the court report that you prepared?
I gave it to her today, so that was not done ahead of time.
Is there a reason why?
I had not seen mother, and my mom had moved during it. Mother had moved during this process, and so I had a moment of trying to find her. I do know where she's at now and do have the address and means to communicate with her.
All right, we typically just ask a parent to have an email address available so that when the email goes out to the attorneys, it also includes a direct email to the parent. Would you be able to accomplish that in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. As well as file a proof of service so that we know when it was served.
Yes, ma'am.
What I would ask you, Mr. McFarland, is are you asking to adjourn for like 15 minutes or to a different day?
If you have a hard copy, if we can have a hard copy provided for my client, 15 minutes would be fine, Your Honor.
I was going to ask as well.
She has it now, but Captain Shopshelter brought it over.
I do have another copy.
All right,
I
good.
gave that copy to her today.
Oh, you did? Okay, so.
Does Mr. Miller have his? Could we do his while we're waiting?
I'm happy to ask Deputy Ames to make some copies for us. He speaks copier. The case service plan also I have here is not signed. So Mr. McFarland, you might want to take a few minutes to talk with your client about that.
I did. I have gone over the entire case service plan and she does have a couple concerns on that. We did discuss that this morning when I read it to her.
Okay, all right, yep, so we're gonna take a recess to let all those pieces fall into place. Deputy Ames, here's my copy, so that we can get a copy done from Mr. Miller. Mr. Brooks, do you need a copy?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
230163. Okay, we're back on the record, having given Mr. McFarland a chance to talk with his client and Mr. Brooks a chance to talk to his client, and I now have a signed copy of the case services plan. Anything else for the record, gentlemen, before we resume?
No, thank you.
Any further objections to the admission of the court report?
None.
I have no objection either.
Thank you. They are received then. The exhibit, singular exhibit, is the, that I have is the police report. So if you have a letter, I think you mentioned in your testimony that you wanted me to also receive.
I have a copy for the court, Your Honor.
Okay, Deputy Ames, if you wouldn't mind. Any objections to the addition of that exhibit?
No.
All right, thank you.
I've read it, showed it to my client.
Thank you. It is also received then. Thank you. Okay. Very well. Let's get on with cross-examination. Any questions, Mr. Brooks?
Ma'am, the two older girls, can't use their names, they're full sisters, right?
My understanding is.
Now, one of them is the legal, my client is the legal and biological, the younger one, my client is the legal and biological father as a matter of law, right?
That is my understanding is.
The older one is not, is that correct?
That is not my understanding.
I can't hear you.
That's not my understanding. My understanding was that he was the legal father to both girls. Both of the older girls.
Well, if you look at the birth certificate does not have his name on it. Do you understand that?
I understand that. There's also a friend of the court order pertaining to him and the girls.
There is a friend of the court order ordering his paternity in this matter?
I am not confident whether it was ordering paternity. The documents that I saw were friend of the court were regarding his, were naming him legal father, and it was in regards to visitation in both girls.
Is he paying child support on both girls?
My understanding is that he paid $7 in child support for both girls.
Yeah, but I mean, is he paying child support on both girls?
I am unaware.
Assume he is not the legal father of the older child, okay? Would you check into that? And if he is not the legal father, could you facilitate providing to both parties an affidavit of parentage, which would make him the legal father? At least would you inquire of each party?
Absolutely. That's well within the scope of what foster care and the department can do. It was just my understanding that he was already established. So absolutely, if that can be rectified, we can do that.
Well, I have reason to believe he is not. And I think I would like to get that cleared up. You are aware of my client's position about where he has been for the last 6 or 7 years?
I am.
And that he feels he was interfered, his parenting time has been interfered with by the mother?
He does.
Nothing further.
All right. Questions, Mr. McFarland?
I do. My client indicates his food card is for the benefit of the children and herself. Wondered what your thought might be if the individual who's watching the children, if he could provide you a list of those food sorts that he might need, so she can purchase them on the card and maybe have an exchange where you could deliver them or somebody could deliver them. What are your thoughts on that? So there's no personal contact between her and him.
So we've advised him to apply for his own assistance. The AP worker who's assigned to mother's case has already been informed that those benefits are actually no longer hers, and that the children have been removed out of her household. That does take some time to catch up in the system. I'm not quite familiar with how they process those applications. I just know that it takes several weeks before we're informed that change has actually finally been made. So I have made them aware that that change needs to happen sooner rather than later so that this does not become an issue moving forward.
So he does not going forward need any food from her. Is that what I'm hearing?
Once his benefits initiate, he should not. As of right now, mother is receiving the benefits that should be going to his household.
So what I'm saying is that if he needs food until he gets the own card, she's willing to buy whatever is needed and then have somebody transfer those over. Your thoughts on that?
She can bring me anything that she believes the family needs, and I'll ensure that they have them.
Okay, I'm just saying, I don't know how she would know without being told if they're out of eggs, if they're out of milk, etc.
We will work with father so that that does not become an issue again.
Okay, good. Parenting time. I know we're in the holiday season. I know we have Thanksgiving, Easter, or Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas, birthdays, children's birthdays. Those aren't addressed in the parenting time at all. How would you propose that we bring some type of holiday or birthday time with mom around those issues?
Mom's visitation right now is supervised. I would request that it remain supervised. I'm not confident how logistically to address those. Mother, even while in services, has demonstrated unstable behavior, and so I would need to see her demonstrate that she can be stable in order to attend those things.
Okay, now she has a psychological evaluation this Friday, correct?
No.
Okay.
She is participating in an alienation assessment ordered by this court. She has not been referred for a psychological evaluation.
That's something you're going to do?
It is something that is requested in the case service plan, and that is something that, yes, I will be referring her for.
Okay, have you already called to get that started?
I have not.
Is there a reason why not?
Typically, we wait for the court order.
And then the psychologist is going to have some recommendations that she follows. And if she does that to your satisfaction, are you saying that you would consider expanding parenting time for the holidays and birthdays?
Absolutely. I mean, if mom is showing progress with her service plan, that is always the goal, to expand parenting time to support reunification.
Okay. Attending school activities. There's a volleyball game. Can she participate by watching it in the bleachers?
We would have to have a very strict understanding of that there would to be no contact. There would be no hi, there would be no talking briefly to them before or after the game, or just scooting by to say hello. It would be very specific that she would be allowed to watch the game, and that would be it, because her parenting time is supervised by the department, and I would not have means to be there.
Apparently there's band boosters, and one of the girls is in band, and if mom does some things at games perhaps, and money is given to the band, she would have, if she had no contact with her daughter, would that be something that she could at least discuss with you, and you guys can maybe
Absolutely.
talk about that?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think we discussed everything. Thank you.
Were Mr. Miller and Stephanie married at one point?
I don't have knowledge of that, I'm sorry.
Okay, the petition says that alleges that the children are legally his due to the marriage of the parties.
I apologize, I do remember reading that in the petition.
Okay, so then, mother is living in a residential environment, isn't that true? An institution type of facility?
Yes.
And isn't food provided there?
I'm unaware.
If it is, there's no reason for her to keep the food benefits. Could you organize getting the EBT card to the family?
Yes.
No contact, the judges ordered last time, no contact outside of the visits. Would that include not responding to the children's social media posts?
Yes.
Do you think it'll benefit the children to have a break in that extra communication?
I do.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Redirect?
No, two questions.
Okay, wait, let's ask
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Thomas, tell us if she has any redirect first.
I don't, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McFarland, recross.
Yep, briefly. You're aware my client's at a domestic violence shelter, correct? there's a possibility that shelter may offer supervised visitation services. Could you maybe reach out to that shelter and see if they might do that to accommodate my client's working hours?
Yes.
Okay. My client, apparently works Friday, she gets out earlier, but that's when she does her therapy, is when she's off of work. Is that your understanding?
I do not know.
Okay, is that something that you perhaps want her to meet with you, or maybe you also meet with somebody from the shelter to discuss that?
Having to meet with them from the shelter to discuss it further with mom. We can actually include them in part of our family team meeting to ensure that all the providers are there.
And they may also be providers of services that might be beneficial to her. Is that a possibility?
I'd be willing to explore that, yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You may return to your seat.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses today, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brooks, the mother in this case has entered a plea. You would appear we are proceeding towards trial for your client, is that correct?
Yes, but I may be able to correct that if I can put my client on the stand. He might be prepared to acknowledge the allegations in the petition and avoid this trial.
All right. Well, we'll conclude our review first and then we'll come back to that. Mr. McFarland, do you have any witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Heiss?
No witnesses, thank you.
All right, very good. For purposes of the review, is there anything else?
No,
No.
Very good. All right. Ms. Heiss, what are your thoughts on the request for the mother to be able to attend the events of the children?
I don't think it's a good idea right now. I just need a clean break. I need them to participate in their athletics and their band concerts without this drama. And when mom benefits from services, I look forward to the day that she can participate without drama. And that's what the children are indicating.
Thank you. All right, any comments before I make findings as it relates to the review, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor, I believe that everyone has reviewed the case service plan. And at this point, we would just ask that the court make that part of the orders moving forward.
I know the court is aware of my client's concerns based upon my line of questions. I'll rest with that.
Anything else today, Ms. Heiss?
No, thank you.
Very well. Well, the court finds all parties were given notice for purposes of the initial disposition of Ms. Avalos. I have reviewed the case services plan. It has also been reviewed by Mr. McFarland with his client, and it does appear to target the issues that brought the children into care, and it will become part of the court's order today. I do find Ms. Kopus in satisfaction of her obligations, as well as Ms. Heiss. Thank you, ladies. As it relates to the parenting time request, I'm going to allow the department to continue to make the arrangements necessary in order to allow the child to visit with the parent. It seems like, frankly, there are a lot of moving parts to that. And so for me to weigh in on that from the bench may be more harmful than helpful moving forward, considering the fact that you've agreed to explore, for example, some parenting time supervisors outside of the agency, for example. So I'll leave it to it. I'll ask you to do a little family team meeting, as you suggested, with the participation of anybody that she would want to help with the supervision, including those individuals from Catholic God. Of course, be sure to include Ms. Heiss as well. And take into account, obviously, any preferences of the parent who has the children in his care, as well as the children. They are certainly old enough to express their own preferences on parenting time as well. I will go with the recommendation of Ms. Heiss as it relates to the attendance of extracurricular activities. There will be no contact with these children outside of the time that's been sanctioned by the department and the caseworker. Once we get the trauma assessments back, there will be a bonding assessment received in addition to those. So you will be expected to participate in that. And if there are any recommendations out of that, that will be reviewed by the court. I'm still looking for a parenting time recommendation. Hopefully the alienation evaluator will take that up Otherwise, we'll be looking, Ms. Copas, for you to be consulting with perhaps Ms. Renee Moore in light of any recommendations from the parental alienation evaluation, as well as those trauma assessments on parenting act. Okay. That includes, of course, also for Mr. Miller, but we'll get to his case in a moment. It would appear that the issues that brought the children into care continue to present a risk of harm associated with returning them to the care of their mother. We've had a couple of assaultive incidents very recently that demonstrate that despite her engagement in services, there are still some challenges that she needs to overcome in order to show that she is able to provide a safe environment for the children. They will remain under the jurisdiction of the court, placed with Mr. Avalos pending further proceedings. We'll have our next regular review in 3 months. Take us to November. Which is always a tricky month.
Would November be 2 months?
Yeah, I think you're right. October 20th, November 20th, so December 20th is our 90-day point, so we'll look at some time in December then for an interview. Let's go to December 12th. And right now I have the day available, so if there's a time that works better for either parent, frankly, now would be the time to request that, morning or afternoon.
Afternoon would be best, please.
Okay.
No preference.
Okay, 1:30, 2:30, or 3:30?
3:30.
1:30, 3:30, we got a request for 3:30 over here. 1:30, if there's no conflicts with your schedule, then I think we'll go with what works for the family and the children. And we'll do 1:30 on Tuesday, December 12th. That will be our first regular review. I look forward to the updates at that time. As I indicated, the children are placed with Mr. Avalos. That is the safest and least restrictive under the circumstances, and they will continue placed there until December under the directives of the court and the supervision of Ms. Copas. Unless there's any questions, that's it as it relates to the review.
Would you be excused then?
Any objections? Yes,
No, Your Honor.
My client will wait out in the hall for a copy of the order.
very well. I should have that shortly. Okay, let's talk about your client's pretrial order, Mr. Brooks.
Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
That's okay. I was just saying, let's talk about your client's case.
My client's position, Your Honor, is this. We are prepared to admit paragraphs 29 through 32 with the understanding that everybody knows he has been significantly interfered with in his ability to parent his 2 daughters because of the children's mother's odd, even deranged behavior. But given that, we are prepared to admit it with that understanding. I also would like him to clarify the status of particularly the older child, ZM, because it's obvious that everybody's confused by what that status is, and I think I can have him explain it.
I have in my file, Mr. Brooks, a parenting time order from front of the court. It does not list the children specifically, but does suspend his parenting time. I also have 2 orders from the probate division in Ohio addressing the issue of the children's names. So it would seem to me that he has been established as the legal parent to Z and K. They were married, I believe, at the time, and the divorce case 11-36637 does seem to address the parentage.
Then I'm not going to worry about it.
Well, the children might have been born before that marriage, though. I see that the divorce date was 2016, but I don't see the marriage date.
My client informs me that the older child was conceived and born prior to the two of them being married. The younger child was conceived and born after they were married.
Okay. Well,
But if you have something from the state of Ohio that says he's the legal father, biological father, I'll go with that.
I think it's a Lenawee County divorce case that makes him legal for both children.
well, I suppose that's a question. The last thing I have in that particular case is, or the only thing I have that was attached to the petition is the parenting order. And it does not actually address the children directly, it just addresses the issue of parenting time.
The agency has the
Yeah,
divorce.
so I went and looked a little bit farther back into that just recently in the last week. And I have one from just before that one, that does give their two names.
Can you give us your name for the record, your appearance?
Sorry, Sarah Harvey, DHHS.
Thank you. I should have given you the opportunity. Would you mind passing that to Mr. Brooks so he can look at it?
Their names are at the very left, at the very bottom.
There's nothing in here, Your Honor, Dave, if you want to show this to the court, specifically indicating that the older child is the legal and biological child of my client.
Do you wish to, I mean, I can take a break and you can pull this file and look at it if you like. This does seem to address parenting time with both of the children.
It does.
So he obviously has the legal right to parenting time. Do you want to take a break and pull that file, or how do you want to?
No.
All right. Are you
Because-
satisfied that this is enough information for the court to conclude that he is the legal parent?
Yes.
Very good. All right. All right. As it relates to the request for the plea, Ms. Thomas, do you have any objection to that on the terms that were outlined by Mr. Brooks?
Your Honor, without the parenting, the parental alienation assessment, I'm not going to concede that that's accurate, but it's also not in the petition. If he's just going to admit to the specific allegations, I have no objection to that.
Well, I think he has a duty to get into the court and fix it if someone's denying him parenting time. So I think for what it is, if he admits to 29 through 32, I think there's arguments on both sides that mother alienated and he did nothing about it. So I think the court can take that both sides.
I guess we will not do that today. It just makes a messy record. I withdraw the offer, Your Honor. I would simply say this. My client's position in this matter is that the court should take jurisdiction, certainly of the biological mother and biological father, my client. His goal here, after consultation with me, is not to start getting court-ordered parenting time with a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old girl. His goal here is to be given access to the information about therapy treatments that are being given to his daughters, so he is aware of what's going on. He, like me, is sensitive to the fact that given the upbringing these girls have had, it would be very easy for them false to accuse him of inappropriate behavior, which is, we all know, is a very difficult claim to refute. And so we are not trying to get parenting time with these teenage girls, but we would like access to what's going on with their treatment, which seems like a reasonable thing to me. That's it. But with that having been said, I guess we'll move on and just have our trial when the time comes.
All right, are you satisfied with the information that was provided today? As I understand it from the review, they are not engaged in counseling at this time, but there is a trauma assessment scheduled for them to take into account any recommendations out of that, as well as an
We
ABA.
understand. We just want access to what the results are, like everybody else in this room who gets it.
Yes, well, and the court is invested in ensuring that that happens, as you saw today.
That is his goal.
Mr. Miller's been invited to the CTAC bonding assessment and has not responded to the agency that's preparing that. So if he wants to be part of it, he needs to participate.
I was never made aware of any of this.
Could you, well, we're on the record yet, aren't we?
We are. Do you
When
want
we go off the record, could you give them your phone number and address?
Yes, they have it, but yes, I will give that to them.
Okay. All right, very well. We have, I think, just, let's see.
You defend, sir?
Yes.
A bench trial schedule, Mr. Brooks, for October 10th at 8:30 PM.
I think it'll last about 30 minutes.
All right, so we're prepared to proceed at that date on that, at that time? Ms. Thomas, would you agree you're prepared to proceed on the 10th?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me double check. Your Honor, I have it at 1:30.
Yes.
Okay, yep.
Ms. Heiss?
I'm set for that time too.
Very good. Deputy Ames, could you swear in Ms. Harvey? I do want to ask her a little bit about. Go ahead.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. In the last order, Ms. Harvey, we had addressed perhaps at any time evaluation. Could you tell us a little bit about any progress that you made on that front?
Yep, the referral was sent in the next day to Dr. Park. I received an update yesterday. I reached out to Dr. Park to ask him. He said he's already seen both of the girls and that the mother has her appointment on Friday. He said that he had reached out a couple times to Mr. Miller and had not heard back. I indicated that to the foster care worker, Eva, and she sent Mr. Miller a text with Dr. Park's information so that he could reach out the other way as well.
Okay. And have you received updated information from him today as well?
I have not received any further update from that.
Okay. What about from Mr. Miller?
Just Mr. Miller handing me his number and saying that he hadn't heard from anyone yet.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
And without spreading it on the record, do you have a phone number and address for Mr. Miller?
Yes,
Have you confirmed that information with my client?
yes, we have spoken a couple times and he's confirmed his phone number and his address.
All right. And you've been told by whoever is conducting these evaluations that he has been unable to reach you?
Yes. That he has not returned a call.
Thank you. That's all.
Any questions?
You didn't get an updated address today from Mr. Miller, correct?
No, I believe it's the same address that we have.
Okay, so
Yes, they said.
Eva gave him the contact information so Mr. Miller can call into Dr. Parks and get his own schedule instead of waiting to be contacted.
That's my understanding, yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you for your testimony. You may return to your seat. Anything else for today as it relates to Mr. Miller's case, Ms. Thomas?
Just for the record, we did provide a witness and exhibit list, and then I believe it has been emailed to Mr. Brooks' office, the custody documentation that we do have. I think that I know that there's an agreement that he is the legal father of the two older children. I think that a copy of the judgment of divorce would be also beneficial in this matter. So I do intend on trying to locate that and provide that to Mr. Brooks and Ms. Heiss as well. But otherwise, we're ready to go forward in October.
Thank you. Anything else for the record today, Mr. Brooks?
No, just that afterwards, when we're off the record, let's see what information everybody has.
Okay, very good. Anything else, Ms. Heiss?
Your Honor, I would just indicate that the children are very marginal on financial ability to function in their world. And if I were the legal father of the children, I would be communicating with Eva, the social worker, to see if there's any way he could provide something for the children. They're really great kids, and I'd love to see them have what the other kids at school have: school supplies, clothes, opportunities. It's just a suggestion. I know he's court ordered into child support, and somebody says that's about $7 a week or something, and I'm just encouraging him to consider that the children are pretty close on food. This is not a funded placement, so Mr. Avalos is not getting any money at this time to have those two children in his home, and it's a beautiful home. It's a lovely, warm, comfortable home. It's where they want to be, but there isn't very much money. They take the bus, for example, they have school lunches and that kind of stuff, but I'd like to see them have a little margin of comfort if that can be managed in any way. Thank you.
All right, the court finds all interested parties were given notice for purposes of today's pretrial, and the case does seem to be prepared to move forward to trial on October 10th. Unless there's anything else, we'll continue with the prior orders, including those evaluations, and we'll see you back on the 10th.
23163.
All right, we are set. We're on the record today for the initial disposition of Mr. Joseph Miller. May I have the names of our participants, please, beginning with our guardian ad litem.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ariel Berger here on behalf of Lee Heiss as LGAL.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nastasia Thomas, counsel for the department. Ms. Kopis.
Eva Kopis, child welfare specialist with MDHHS.
Michael Brooks, I represent Mr. Miller, sir.
Joseph Miller.
All right, Ms. Berger, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was able to conference with Ms. Heiss on this case briefly yesterday and get an update from her. She has been able to visit all 4 girls in person. She does say that needs are being minimally met. There have been some concerns with dad. He's not been able to verify income. He does seem to be a bit behind with rent, things like that. She is recommending that they be placed with Guy Avalos. They do want, the girls do want to kind of, tough it out, but because of those concerns, she is recommending placement there. She states that the house is very clean, that sorry, I'm reviewing her notes right now. There's a lot on this case. In relation to the other dad, Father Miller, she believes that he does not have appropriate housing for the children right now, that he is behind on support, and it's still very low. So it is concerning that he has been so far behind. She is recommending that he set up child support, that he not have any criminal contact. Mom has not been able to schedule a meeting with the GAL yet, but she does plan to do so as soon as possible. Mom has been in communication with her, so that is a positive. Other than that, I don't believe she has any other recommendations. Thank you.
Testimony this morning, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. If Ms. Kopus can please be sworn in.
Come on up to our witness stand. Sure, go ahead. She's gonna take her notes with her, so if anybody has any questions about what she may be referring to, it's her report, and you're welcome to make any objections you need to. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, Ms. Kopus. You have prepared a court report and a case service plan for today's hearing, correct?
Yes.
And are there any updates or modifications that need to be made to either of those documents?
I just wanted to make the court aware that we have had a family team meeting yesterday to discuss placement, to address some of the concerns that were outlined in the report, as well as noted by the LGAL. We continue to not recommend this as the placement for the two older girls. We do believe that our concerns are not being rectified in a timely manner, and that they can continue to cause concerns moving forward.
In your report, there's an indication of a paternal grandmother, I believe, who lives in Toledo.
And
Or much.
Yes, so in preparing for this hearing and preparing for the FTMA, I was able to actually talk to several relatives. I spoke with a maternal aunt, Kim. I spoke with maternal grandmother, Jackie, and I spoke with maternal great aunt, Christine, all regarding placement and what that would potentially look like. It does appear as though Jackie Burry and her daughter, Kimberly, are not living in the state, and so an interstate compact would have to be completed for that home study. I did complete a home study for the aunt living here in Michigan. She lives in Livonia, and that home is appropriate.
We're here today for Dad's disposition, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And at this time, do you believe that there would be a risk of harm if the children were to be released to his care and custody today?
I do.
And can you just briefly summarize what that would be, the risk of harm?
The risk of harm, at this point, I have seen Father's housing. It is a 1-bedroom apartment. The concerns are that he has not seen his children since approximately 2016. They are not bonded to him. They do not know of him or really have a rapport or bond with him. And so we would be placing them with essentially someone they do not know. The concerns are that there are other things in his treatment plan that have not been addressed or ordered yet to be rectified in order for the children to be placed with him.
The reunification, or the goal for this case though, is reunification, correct?
It is.
Okay. And over the two older girls, they're in a direct placement, correct?
My understanding is a court-ordered placement, yes.
Okay. And if the department were to have the ability to change the Mr. Miller's children's placement, where is the recommendation for them to go with the aunt in Livonia, or what is the recommendation at this time?
The aunt in Livonia is willing to provide placement for the children until we can get an interstate completed. The family as a whole does believe that the grandmother is the most well bonded and has the most rapport with the children. And so they would like to support the family towards an interstate.
And how long would the ICPC process take, if you have any idea?
It does take at least 2 to 3 months. We would be on the Ohio timeframe for that to come back. That is something that I have discussed with the family, so they are aware the timeframe that it would take. And then we would have to discuss whether that placement was approved or not, depending on Ohio standards.
And in the meantime, if the children are moved with their aunt, efforts towards reunification would continue with both mom and dad, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the current barrier to reunification or the children? I know you mentioned this in your risk of harm testimony, but what would be the barriers to reunifying the children today with either parent, but specifically Mr. Miller at this time?
So we're looking for some mental health treatment for Dad. My understanding is that he is currently on Social Security for mental health. And so we would be looking for him to address those concerns and ensure that he is stable, as well as parenting education and the therapeutic visiting process. The girls, as an example, when we were at one of our previous hearings, saw Mr. Miller and did not recognize him as who he was. So I do believe that there is a great displace between dad and children, that bond needs to be rectified. The girls are not even visiting right now with mother. They're really struggling to wrap their brains around both parents at this time. And so I think that would cause an additional barrier if you were to have them stay. It also would be taking them a great deal at this point away from their sisters, their school, their community. Mr. Miller lives over an hour away.
And just so that everyone's sort of on the same page, if placement happens in Livonia, the children are going to have to change their community, correct?
They are.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, have the two older girls, Mr. Miller's children, articulated any preference about that?
They have indicated that they wish to remain with their sisters. They believe that things are okay as they are, but they are bonded, and they do, if they had to be replaced, they would rather it be with their aunt or their grandparent.
Okay. As it relates to Mr. Miller, have any voluntary services been started or any referrals been made?
Therapeutic visitation referral has been made. We are currently working on locating mental health services in his county, but he has been open to starting those services sooner rather than later. We did provide him at the onset of the case contact information for his request for the mental health department out in Oakland County. I've yet to see if that was followed through on, so I do apologize. Those are the only referrals, and therapy referrals have been made for the girls as well. And the trauma assessments are underway.
So if there's a change in placement, will new referrals for therapy for the children have to be made?
For the therapy itself, we would have to look into that and make sure that that is consistent. And then for the therapeutic visitation, we would more likely keep that the same down here in Adrian.
So you would have two children living in, I believe, Livonia's Oakland County, and dad living in Oakland County with parenting time happening in Lenawee. Is that correct?
They would have to still come down for a parenting time with mother.
I'm asking about dad. I'm just wondering if that is the plan.
I apologize. We would attempt to seek services out that way to out in Oakland County to make it more convenient and for the family.
Okay. And so I guess this placement would bring the children geographically closer to dad?
Actually, I apologize. Livonia is in Wayne County, not Oakland County.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
Actually would be split between 3 counties. We would be between Oakland County, Livonia, Wayne County, and Lenawee County.
Okay. But would the move make them closer?
I do not know.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you did. So thank you for that.
I apologize. I don't know the distance between White Lake and Livonia, and I apologize.
Okay. No, that's totally fine. Okay, wonderful. And what is the current, I guess, where are you or where's the agency for the current plan for parenting time? Would it just be the once a week, I guess, through therapeutic parenting time when that is able to be started?
That would be the initial plan. I want the girls to be comfortable. I want them to be ready to visit. As I stated earlier, they're struggling to cope and visit with mother, who they have a stronger bond with. And so I am wanting to ensure that they are secure in their visitation before we were to extend that further.
Wonderful. Is there anything else that you would like to bring to the court's attention as it relates to Mr. Miller's portion of this case?
Mr. Miller's been very open about his willingness to do services. He wants to do the services, and so that is all I have for that.
Thank you. Okay, Your Honor, I have nothing. Well, actually, Ms. Kopis, I just have a couple of questions, just so the court is aware. What are the primary reasons the department is no longer recommending placement continue, with the stepfather at this time?
So the conditions that have caused us to regionally not recommend placement are still in place. If anything, they have gotten worse over time. So we currently had an eviction hearing yesterday, and now we have an eviction trial coming up on the 22nd. As of yesterday at our family team meeting, all but one bill was several months behind. So that it would be in the concrete needs. We've had some missed appointments. We had a missed trauma assessment with very little communication as to why that occurred. I still cannot honestly, outside of transportation, tell you why that did not occur. It did not get promptly rescheduled. There had to be intervention from the department to get that rescheduled. I don't believe at this time that Mr. Avalos is taking the mental health seriously of all the girls and understanding how significant and how important these appointments are and how important it is to ensure that they're making these appointments. He also has some pending criminal charges that are coming up that we do not know the outcome of these pending charges. And those would be out of Washington County.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions of Ms. Kopis, Your Honor. Oh,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks. Forgot to ask for the court to receive the court report with the attached case service plan.
No objection.
Thank you. They are received. Go ahead with your question, Mr. Brooks.
Family bonding between children and their parents is a normal, natural thing we expect. Do you agree?
I don't understand your question. That we expect
children love their mothers, children love their fathers, they want to be with them when they're young. Is that right?
I would not agree with that.
You don't?
I do not agree with that.
What do you expect?
Expect of the parent. The parent is that you. I guess I'm not understanding. Are you saying that all children want to love and be with their parents?
Yeah.
I'm saying that it's naturally. I would disagree with that. It depends on the work and effort put into the bond and rapport and the relationship, as opposed to just simply being a parent. And
go ahead.
I apologize. In this aspect and in this case, these girls did not recognize their father.
Well, you've anticipated my next question, but as a general rule, you loved your mother and your dad. The judge loved her mother and dad. I love my mother and dad. That's normal, right?
My answer will remain the same.
The answer will remain. I don't know why you give me trouble with this, but fine. Who was in charge of those kids for the last 7 years? It was the mother, wasn't it?
Yes, Ms. Varga.
That is out of the norm, isn't it? That they have no bond of any kind with their father.
Out of the norm for this family, or out of the norm for all families?
For all families. I'm talking as a generality.
I don't think that that's a norm in all families, but I think that all families look different. So to say that it's a norm, I don't believe it's a norm.
Okay. Well, I do. You have to stay, you were here last time we had a court hearing, right?
Yes.
You heard what my client said.
Yes.
That the children's mother had actively interfered with any ability he had to visit with his girls. You heard that, didn't you?
Yes.
Do you doubt that that's accurate information?
I believe that Mr. Miller believes that information. I believe that we are placing the recommendation for parenting time based off of the alienation assessment, which noted that there was not an alienation and that recommended therapeutic parenting time for Mr. Miller.
what visitation has been given to my client since the last hearing with his daughters?
There has not been visitation. We have made the referral to more counseling for therapeutic visitation to occur.
In other words, he's got to get his head right before he can see his girls.
Well, we're just waiting on the therapeutic visitation referral.
Hasn't he got his head right when he's made efforts to try to see his girls and been blocked?
I couldn't speak to that.
Do you recognize any right that this man has to see his daughters?
He does have a right to see his children, and we are following the order, which is through the alienation assessment based on that recommendation, which recommended therapeutic parenting time, which referral has been made for.
Would you at least agree with me that part of a healthy, wholesome upbringing for a boy or a girl is love and respect for his parents? Do you agree with that?
Hey, Judge, my computer's froze, so I'm gonna stop
Okay,
and restart.
all right, we're gonna have to take a brief recess. We're having some technical difficulties with the recording device in the courtroom, so we'll be back on record as soon as we can. It's gonna take a few minutes.
Do some sort of counseling, I believe, with Brene Moore, is that correct?
The therapeutic visitation is with Bernie Moore, yes.
What's been done to actually make that get going? Has it started? And if not, when is it gonna start?
The referral has been made. Services have not been started. My supervisor did follow up in between while we had this break. We do know that Ms. Moore will be reaching out to Dad today to start that process as well.
Because it's been a couple of weeks, I think, and nothing's happened. And I, speaking for my client, would like that to get moving now. All right?
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further.
Very well. Any questions, Ms. Berger?
Yes, thank you. Did Father reach out to Miss Moore to set up any sessions?
He did not, but he was also, to his credit, was not provided with contact information for that. I had informed him that the service provider would be reaching out to him to schedule those appointments.
And have you personally observed Father's behaviors in relation to wanting to see his children?
He's been very open about wanting to see his children, about having the right to see his children, wanting to build a rapport and bond with them. I don't believe that he fully understands where they're at emotionally at this point, but he does want visitation. He is willing to do the services, but he wants them now, immediately. And I understand that and why he'd want that. I just need him to give space for the girls to be ready for it as well.
And do you believe he's exhibiting behaviors that are not consistent with understanding his children's mental health needs?
I do.
And do you think that it would be safe for him to see them right now?
I think therapeutic visitation is going to be the best possible option, the safest option for the children and Dad to build a rapport.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Cobus, could you tell me specifically what referrals you have made for Mr. Miller at this point?
For Mr. Miller himself, it's just been the therapeutic visitation with more counseling. And then we have not made official referrals for therapy services as I'm still inquiring with that county. But we did, at his request at the onset when we first met with him, give him information for the community mental health in his area.
And which area was that again?
Oakland.
Thank you.
As well as, I apologize, as well as our last hearing, we also encouraged him to reach out to the ISD.
We're gonna do it just because.
What rehabilitation center?
The Michigan Rehabilitation Center. He had talked about that he had he was able to work a bit, and we had suggested that he reach out to the rehabilitation center to see if they were able to help him locate employment in addition to his Social Security that he was already receiving.
Okay. Were you able to look at his household?
I was able to see his household. His home is appropriate. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. It is very spacious. If I had no concerns with the housing.
All right. Any questions based on my questions?
No,
Ms.
None.
Copus, I do have one or two, but if I may, Ms. Copus, how much control do you have over when service providers provide services? Like how quickly that turnaround is?
I have very little to no control over that. We can start seeking out other providers if this provider or if the providers don't respond within what we believe to be a more timely manner, but I have very little to no control over once the referrals are made and when the providers reach out.
And as relates to Mr. Miller, was there a referral or completion of a psychological evaluation?
We recommended a psychological evaluation. I continue to recommend a psychological evaluation. I did, when I did my home study, spoke with Mr. Miller about the psychological. At that time, he did appear open to the services. At that time, he wanted to do what was in the best interest of his girls and whatever he needed to do to accomplish that.
But you did not make that referral yet? Is that what I'm hearing?
I apologize. I do not believe I have made that referral yet.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
You know what? I apologize. That referral was made late last week, but it was made. I do apologize.
And do you know if Dad has participated in that yet?
I have not gotten a date yet for scheduling. So typically when we schedule for a psychological, I did explain this to Dad that it's done at the Hillsdale DHS office. We send out the referral and then they give us a date and then I give that date to Dad and he tells me whether it works for him or not. So I will say I haven't received any information yet from that referral.
So other than the parental alienation assessment, Dad has not seen any other licensed psychologists or anyone like that, to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no further questions.
So the parenting time alienation evaluation does appear to contain a psychological evaluation, at least in part, having analyzed under some of the same tests that are typically utilized. For example, the MMPI-3. There are a couple of other pieces that we don't typically see, but understanding that every psychologist may have a slightly different approach. Would you be able to ensure that you provide a copy of this to the psychological evaluator so that they can determine whether or not additional testing would be necessary or additional recommendations would be necessary?
Yes.
Also, a copy to Ms. Moore and any therapeutic provider for the children?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions for this witness?
no, Your Honor.
No, Your
Thank you
Honor.
for your testimony. Thank you. Anyone else you'd like us to hear from, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
No, I want to make my closing.
Very good. Ms. Berger, any witnesses?
Not today, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, comments, Ms. Thomas?
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we just ask that the court enter the case service plan into its order and that the parties involved be required to follow it. We are fully aware of the services that need to be provided and referrals that need to be made. Albeit sometimes it doesn't happen as quickly as parents would like to see, but that's nothing that the department can control. We have to just leave that to our service providers' ability at this time. I believe that there's a good plan in place for parenting time to begin. And the children are of a sufficient age to make that, I guess they have a preference in that as well. Also, we would request that the court consider allowing the department to have a change of placement for the children to be moved with their maternal aunt in Livonia, given the ongoing concerns of their current court-ordered placement. It sounds like that is very unstable at this time and is at risk. And it sounds like on a separate matter that we'll have to address that with that father as well for his own children. But for Mr. Miller's children, we do request that they be moved or at least placed with the department for the department to direct their placement. And with that, we would just ask for a 90-day review. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks?
I've been steeped in the culture of the probate courts, plural, for 50 years. I, in some sense, am a creature of this court and our traditions, our cultures, and our beliefs. One of the things that I have been taught over those decades is the superiority, the primacy of the rights of parents to their children. I have been taught that if you want healthy children, they must show proper love, they must have proper love and respect for mom and dad, regardless of their faults. Now, I believe that. That's not just something I'm advocating. It's something I have stated in my own family. You just had a witness who disagreed with that premise. That is not what the probate court, in my opinion, believes. That, in fact, he, with all his flaws, and I'm sure he's got them, is the father. And he has been, based on his unrefuted testimony, denied visitation for 7 years. Now, somebody comes along and says, oh, we see some issues with his mental focus, and before we let him see his daughters, I guess maybe we better start some psychological evaluations, which are going to be open-ended until we give him our good housekeeping seal of approval. In the words of that judge right there, C. Ralph Kahn, words I heard from his own mouth, the Constitution does not guarantee you, and I know this concept is going to be dated, but children are not guaranteed that they're going to be raised by Ozzie and Harriet, which was a very popular sitcom on television back in the 50s and early 60s. I never forgot that. And none of us were raised by these ideal parents. I'm fond of saying we all have a right to screw up our children in our own unique ways, as long as you stay within the boundaries, the broad boundaries. I don't think we're dealing with a system right now for this man that believes that. And I profoundly, to the bottom of my soul, disagree with what I heard here today from this witness. I respect her professionalism. I respect her candor. I respect her. But with a great deal of respect, I profoundly disagree with what she said on the stand here today. The point I want to make is simple. You want these kids to know their dad? Let's get something started. Not say, well, you do this open-ended stuff we think you got to do, and then we'll think about letting you see your kids. No. They haven't accused him of doing anything wrong. It's the other way around. It is the mother. And it's not an unusual tactic that mothers take. It's the mother who's done wrong here. I'd like it corrected. It's 11:25 right now. I'd like it corrected by 1 o'clock this afternoon, that he can start seeing his daughters. I don't expect it to be hugs and kisses and warm and lovey. I expect it to be awkward, uncomfortable, but it gets the process started. I think everybody needs to hear what I'm saying and accept my position that he's the father. My client's dad. He is entitled to respect. He is entitled to get to know his children, unless he's some kind of a child molester, or he's so addled that his brains are so addled that from drugs that he can't handle it. Neither of those is true. Fix it. I'm asking you, fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Ms. Varga, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Judge. It's my understanding that this father has not petitioned the court to see the children in several years. He may have been asking mom, but I have no pleadings that he has asked to see them in recent years. They don't recognize him. They don't really know him. And we're not saying that he's not allowed to see them and he can't have a relationship with them, just that that relationship needs to start over and that it needs to be built on a solid foundation, not awkwardness and uncomfortableness. So I'm asking that parenting time be through Ms. Moore and that father be ordered to complete all case plan services and that he be able to have contact with his children, but that it be through a supervised and appropriate manner. Thank you.
The court finds all interested parties are given notice for purposes of today's initial disposition of Mr. Miller. Several very significant issues were raised during the course of this hearing, and they will be addressed in due course. First of all, the case services plan has been reviewed by the court. It does appear to be appropriate and target those specific areas. But Deputy Ames, if you could take this over to Mr. Brooks and Mr. Miller, if he wishes to allow this to be the case services plan moving forward, he will need to place his signature on it. And I would expect that.
My signature, Your Honor?
Your client.
Can I borrow a pen?
Absolutely.
Okay, for future reference, that needs to be done and completed before the dispositional hearing. The case services plan has to be done in conjunction and planning with the parent. And that means that the parent has had the opportunity to sign off on those services and agrees with both his obligations and understands the obligations and expectations of the department. So we didn't get into that today, but that's what I expect. And if it is not conducted that way, then I will ask a mediator to intercede, and in future cases, we'll have a mediation on the case services plan to make sure that the voice of the parent is heard during that process. As it relates to the request to remove these two children that are Mr. Miller's legal children from the home of Guy Avalos, their former stepfather and the biological and legal father of the other two children concerned by this case, the court is going to deny that request, and this is why. If Mr. Avalos is not an appropriate placement for these two children, then effectively he's not an appropriate placement for the other two. And if that is the case, then I would expect to see a petition requesting removal of his two children from his care. I can understand and appreciate the reservations that Ms. Kopis expressed today about pending eviction and the fact that Mr. Avalos was unable to ensure that the children got to some appointments. But I would also note that the department has an obligation to support this placement, and that it is an unfunded placement given the circumstances that was put into place because these two children preferred it. It's someone that they're close to, and they do have a diagnosis of PTSD and several other outstanding mental health issues that create circumstances wherein the court and everyone concerned with their care has to be very cognizant of moving them from residence to residence, cognizant of the stability of their mental health, and balance that against the needs that are being unmet at this time. Now, the other reason I'm denying that at this time is because the next review hearing scheduled in this case for mom has already been scheduled for December 12th at 1:30 p.m. That is the date and time I'm going to set for the next review in this matter as well. And I would expect today or this week that supervised parenting time will be done and arranged by the department so that Mr. Miller can begin his reintroduction to his children within the next 5 days at a minimum, because I want visitation to be taking place between now and December 12th. If these children have to be moved, the constitutional right of the parent, as Mr. Brooks pointed out, usurps all other rights. The psychological evaluation preliminarily conducted by Dr. Park in the name of looking for alienation notes the following. Z reported her biological father was in her life for the first 5 years, but then she did not see him until she saw him in court not long ago. She reported that she does not want to talk to him and, quote, I don't like the energy that I feel from him, quote. That is the extent of the risk of harm that was pointed out to this court associated with parenting time. That is not a risk of harm, which means that this parent should be getting parenting time. Second, Kay reported that she does not remember her father from when she was young, but did see him in court. She reported not wanting to see her father, but was not able to give specific reasons. I do not have anything from any professional indicating that parenting time with this parent is a risk of harm. I allowed for the fact that reintroduction parenting time would be ideal in this, under the circumstances, and Mr. Miller agrees. However, we have had a significant delay in instituting that service, and now we have a crisis where the kids are placed. So rather than having an established relationship with their father that would allow an immediate placement with him without the trauma associated with having to move in with a stranger to a certain extent, we have a situation where we're looking at an aunt rather than a parent because we haven't had any parenting time or the reestablishment of this relationship between this father and his children. So I will not put the children through another move, which is traumatizing. We know that from the science of it, even if it's with an aunt that they know, move it from school, only to be moved again in the event that the reintroductory parenting time goes as expected, which will be fine, and then the children will be able to be placed with Mr. Miller. So I cannot ask the children to go through another placement change because the department has failed to institute parenting time for this parent. I won't do it. And I would expect parenting time to begin immediately. And if Ms. Brene Moore is not available, and I'm going to say within the next 3 days, then I will expect the department to make their own arrangements in order to institute supervised parenting time for Mr. Miller 2 to 3 times a week. And I would encourage you that if there is going to be a risk associated with that, that you get these girls in to see Ms. Moore immediately so that I can be aware of that. And monitor the situation closely as it relates to Mr. Avalos, both for these 2 children as well as the 2 that remain in his care. In the meantime, that will remain status quo. Otherwise, there are referrals being made, there are modifications being made to monitoring being made on the situation, all of which constitute reasonable efforts towards the goal of reunification, which is appropriate in this case for these 2 children and this parent. Mr. Miller, I need you to make sure that you can show us on the 12th that you've re-engaged with services that want to assist you. I know we've talked about it in open court that you have some SSI funds, in fact, as a result of disabilities. So I want you to be addressing those. I want to see you engage with an individual therapist to work on what is surely going to be a major transition for you if your daughters come back, on the anxiety related to that, okay? I want your moods regulated well so that you can provide a stable environment for your daughters so that everybody can be successful. It's not going to be easy under any circumstances, but your daughters already have a lot of trauma that they've been through and you have your own challenges. So for this to be successful, I need to see you stepping up to the plate. Don't wait for Ms. Focus. Go home, call CMH in your area, call whoever you want to, get into services. This is ideal, right? We want you to be able to operate as a parent without the intervention of the department. So take some steps in that direction between now and when we come back December 12th. Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. In the meantime, the children will remain where they are placed. It's the safest and least restrictive under the circumstances. We're well versed in the risks associated with Ms. Avalos's home. We have not had an update on that, but those are some serious risks and place a lot of the challenges ahead of us as it relates to the children, and that is not a safe environment for them at this time. And we're hoping Mr. Miller's environment will be the next proposed safe environment for them to be in the next few weeks. But as of right now, I will still insist that reintroduction parenting time take place, and we'll give the department another few weeks to institute that. Unless there's any questions, that's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What time on the 12th? Oh, yes, thank you. So it will be 1:30 p.m. December 12th, 1:30 p.m.
December 12th, 1:30.
Yes, I'll try to leave enough room so that in the event that we have to look at a petition about Mr. Avalos, then we could do that. I remain available to you on an expert basis as always in the event that there's. Okay, we're here today for a review on Mr. Miller's case, as well as, I believe, Ms. Avalos's case. May I have the names of our participants, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm Lee Heiss, lawyer guardian ad litem, and Zoe and Chloe are here today to observe.
Great, welcome.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. I apologize for being late. Ms. Daja Thomas, counsel for the department.
Eva Kopis, child welfare specialist with MD and GHS.
We were right on time as far as I'm concerned. We were all getting ready to start with this. Thanks for worrying about.
Joseph Miller.
Michael Brooks, I'm the attorney for Joseph Miller.
Michael McFarland, representing mother.
Stephanie Varga Avalos. Right. Midnight.
Thank you, Your Honor. I visited with the children in person. Generally, the littles really enjoy their visits with mother. We're streaming. KM is also visiting with mother. She is also very active in sports and school, and the good grades these girls get. And they're so socially right in the thick of things at school. So many times our kids aren't really in the main social life at school, but these guys really enjoy a lot about school. So I visited them at their placement home, which you'll remember is the father of the younger two. The older two consider that person, Mr. Avalos is here today too, they consider him their father figure. Now, there's been some visiting and back and forth, and I'm eager to hear where Mr. Miller is on his request for visiting. At this point, I don't know how he's feeling. We've had some email exchanges and things going around, so the oldest child, ZM, is still progressing in her recovery, not interested in visiting at this point. It's founded on things that I think we all support her on as she progresses. Mother has been doing lots of her case service well. She engaged with me, gave me receipts and things that I had been concerned about, really gathering evidence rather than just having conversations, which are helpful too. So I have received and reviewed the court report with the trauma assessments. I think that'll conclude. All the children's interests are being met at the placement home. I'm just going to remind the court that there isn't any income coming into that home. This is not a paid placement, and this agency is working with them. I'm on their back all the time. The placement has a plan for employment. There's also not a driver's license in that home. Another recent development is that there is a divorce now filed between the mother and father, and it's really hard to find resources for the father of the younger two to find a resource to answer a divorce. So that is the status of things, but this home is really, these girls are very bonded to each other, and they're on time, they're getting good on time to school, getting good grades. KM is a wrestler, although you would think that she doesn't look as tough as she is. I pity the fool that tries to take her on, because she's tough and she has lots of interest. She's got a dog. The dog is well behaved as the children. It's shocking. And that dog is really bonded with KM, and it's really nice to see. The house is clean. They were having steak and potatoes the day I was there. So lots of strengths in this family. We look forward to mom continuing in services, continuing to progress. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kopus, can you please be sworn in?
Ms. Kopus.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You do.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kopus. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you.
Could you give us your full name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It's Eva Kopus.
Okay. And I have in my, I'm sorry for the interruption, Ms. Thomas, but I have in my notes from last time that we had did we have a different caseworker? When did you take over, Ms. Kopus?
I've had this case for the entirety of it.
Oh.
Your
Maybe
Honor.
that was our CPS investigator.
Yeah, I was gonna say, at the last hearing, you might have had the CPS investigator rather than Ms. Kopus.
Thank you.
Ms. Kopus, today you prepared a court report, correct?
Yes.
And your cover page indicates several exhibits. In addition to the court report, there is the case service plans for both mother and father. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the Catherine Cobb therapy letter, the Catherine Cobb therapeutic treatment goals, the certificate of completion for financial stability. There's the forensic fluids results for Ms. Varga Avalos, the ACPC letter for Ms. Avalos,
Yes,
CPC parent teen education, I believe, for letter for Ms. Avalos,
yes,
the medication log for Ms. Avalos, the orchard parent education reports,
yes.
and then the CTEC trauma assessments for Z, G, and A. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there any updates or modifications that need to be made to those documents or any other documents that you've received since submitting this report?
I did receive copies today of mother's psychological evaluation. I did bring copies of those to distribute, should the parties wish to read them. The recommendations in there requested 2 books. I'm sorry, one was from her trauma assessment, one was from psychological, and the update to the psychological, those books have been ordered from them.
Okay. And then the key service plan. I believe the one that you included was not signed.
I did not have an opportunity to meet with parents face to face. Did have several conversations with mom, and then I met with her prior to court. So what is in your hand is mom's signed copy that we reviewed it, and that she agreed to the plan.
Do you have a signed copy of the case service plan for Mr. Miller at this time?
I do not. The last time I saw Mr. Miller face to face, it did not have it ready.
Okay.
And then we have had very little conversation and communication since then.
Okay. Yeah, may I approach? Okay. Or the witness. Ms. Copas, I just handed you a document. Can you briefly summarize what I just handed you?
This is the case service plan that outlines what we are requesting for Stephanie Varga Avalos. And includes what the department will do to help success with reunification and what the expectations are for mother.
Okay. And that is a signed copy, correct?
Yes, it is. Mother signed it and we reviewed it today.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, if I may ask the court to receive that particular case service plan for Ms. Avalos as it is the signed.
Objections?
None. I have no objection.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is received.
Ms. Copas, at this time, is there still substantial risk of harm to the children if they were to return to either parent's care or custody today?
There is.
And can you just briefly summarize what that risk of harm is?
There is a risk of harm of additional or further abuse and neglect. Mother has worked on her service plan and has made substantial progress with services, but the barriers are still there. The mental health component is still there. And so it is appropriate to continue with the services to rectify those barriers. Specifically, like I said, mental health, maintaining medication. We've only had a small period review of watching mom on her medication. She did recently have a medication change as well. It does appear to be a positive change. I have seen a lot of change in how she communicates and mood regulation. So I do anticipate seeing some further progress with that, but we definitely would need more time to watch that as well. We do have an issue with one of the children, ZM, not visiting. And so I think that also presents a barrier for the remainder of the case as well, because we have a child who's not visiting.
And when you say not visiting, who is Z not visiting with?
She's not visiting with either parent.
Okay. And what is the risk of harm as it relates to reunification with Mr. Miller?
There is a risk of harm of abuse and neglect if the children were to be in Mr. Miller's care based on my observations of his mental health, his temperament, and his mood regulation. I have concerns that he would not adequately be able to parent the girls. Also, ZM is not visiting with him as well.
And the barriers that you mentioned to reunification, what has the department done to help assist in rectifying or addressing those barriers?
For both parents?
Yes.
So for mother, we've kind of split services half and half. She has sought out a lot of additional resources that the department sees benefit in. But we referred her for a psychological, which was she successfully completed. She's doing the mental health services. She actually does 2 mental health services. She does one at Catherine Cobb's, which is just to address domestic violence. And then she does a secondary one through ACPC for the schizophrenia. Impact education, and then right now she got employment. and she's on a waiting list for housing.
And as relates to father?
We referred him to therapeutic visitation, and we advised him to seek out the community mental health. He did find Easter Seals in his area that could provide those services to him as well. He was referred for a psychological, but he called no show for that service.
And at this time, do you believe that it is appropriate to continue towards the goal of reunification for the children?
I think the goal of reunification is appropriate, and I would recommend the parenting be therapeutic for dad and remain supervised for mom.
And the duration and frequency of those parenting times, can you just briefly summarize what they are and if you're recommending any change to that?
So mother is only visiting once a week right now through Orchards. We do have a family team meeting scheduled for Thursday, 14th, to specifically talk about expanding visitation. Really was looking for that psychological to make sure that mom was stable and watching her behavior, and we do see some stability. So the plan for that meeting is to talk about expanding visitation. One of the things that we had briefly talked about was KM, not intentionally, but the littles take up a lot of time. And so we had talked about getting her some additional time with mom alone. So we have lots of things to explore at that meeting.
And then for father?
For father, I would actually recommend that his visitation be only therapeutic based on my observations in his last parenting time.
Can you briefly, I know that this is in your report, but can you just briefly highlight or summarize for the court why you have that recommendation?
During our last visitation, I'm back up, I apologize. During the visitation, Cam has been very good about asking questions. I've seen him for quite some years, and so she has quite a lot of questions. She's been told some things by her stepdad and some things by her mom, and so she has sought clarification on those. She is met with resistance, and he openly told her that she was being brainwashed, that her stepdad was a liar. And during our last visit, he told her 3 times that she could see him when she turned 18 because he was done defending himself.
And was the individual there, I guess, was this in a therapeutic setting or just supervised with you?
This is supervised by myself.
Okay, and so that's why you're requesting for a more restrictive component through this therapeutic, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to bring to the court's attention from the reports or the exhibits that you've provided?
I had that photo of the judge. I wasn't sure how to submit that, if that was even allowed. I apologize.
Okay. And your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Copus, in handing you a document that appears to be a photo, can you please describe what that photo is?
It is a Christmas photo of GA, AA, and VM with mother sitting on Santa's lap.
And are you aware of who took that photo?
I took that photo yesterday at the Catherine Cobb's Christmas party that I attended with mother.
Okay. And you brought it today for the court?
I simply thought the court would enjoy a photo of the family.
Okay. And so for another purpose, just to show that they're able to have time together, and this is how they're all looking and doing.
I feel that sometimes we get lost in the paperwork, and it's helpful to always just have a reminder or a photo of that we're dealing with people.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, if the court would accept this in addition to the court report, and I would propose it as Petitioner's Exhibit 15, I suppose, for today's hearing.
I have no objection.
No objection.
I object.
On the
The
nature-
post photo. I mean, what, we're trying to show these kids have been raised normally, and now everybody's happy and hunky-dory? They're not raised normally. The courts have said they're not raised normally. That photo does not include my client in it, so it's not an intact family photo. It's propaganda to pursue a goal that I submit is inappropriate. I object.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I can appreciate your frustrations. However, I do think that it is important to document the progress that each parent makes. And including a photograph of visitation, I think is not prejudicial, but merely goes to support the progress that Mr. McFarland's client is making towards reunification. And it is simply a photograph. I will not take it as definitive evidence that all of the issues have been rectified. You can trust me on that case. So
I do.
I will accept that with those comments. So we will pass that along and we'll accept that as 15.
Ms. Copus, I have a couple of questions. Well, just, I guess, one, the trauma assessments, were you able to review those with the parents?
I have not had an opportunity to review them with Mr. Miller. We were waiting, KM's is not back. I did reach out to Catholic Charities because the holidays, they don't anticipate it being back for another week or so. Mother and I have briefly reviewed in passing in conversation, but we haven't sit down and formally went through them. She does know that there was a book recommended for her to read, so that has been ordered, and obviously if father is interested, that will be ordered for him as well.
Okay. And are there any other recommendations that the trauma assessments noted that the department can help with, like referrals to certain types of therapies or anything like that?
The biggest thing that came out of the trauma assessments for ZM was that she needed to be in control of her visitation with both parents. There aren't any really additional resources that we aren't already offering that we could offer, but it did really hone in on her unwillingness to visit and how that needs to be a choice, and that needs to be in a therapeutic setting.
And overall, would you say that the parents are in, how would you generally see the parents' compliance with and benefit from their case service plan during this review period?
Mother is overall in partial compliance. There are areas that are in full compliance, such as employment, and then we have things that she's still working on. But overall, she is continuing to make progress towards goals. And I know that we're making progress. It's all nice, but she has worked hard and she does still have a long road. I did have an opportunity to speak with both her therapists, and she's working on them. She's putting in the hard work. In regards to father, I would say poor compliance. I've seen little effort, and I've seen a lot of blame being tossed around as opposed to taking accountability and participating in services.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say for the record today?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Ms. Copus, and would move to admit the court report with the attachments.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. They are received. Cross-examination, Mr. McFarland.
Yes, I know you said that mom is in partial compliance. Is perhaps the component you're looking for, if I understand you correctly, do you want to make sure that her medication, she's taking them? Is that correct?
Let me make sure that she's taking them and that she's benefiting from them.
That's my second question I was
Yeah,
gonna
because
ask.
we've had some little issues but mom's been very upfront. Like there was a time when the medication wasn't working and she went right to me and the service provider was like, this is not working. So we're just looking to make sure the medication is going to continue working and show benefit.
And that is why you're asking for supervised parenting time, it's my understanding, correct?
Yes.
So we usually have 90 days between review hearings.
Yes.
Do you think that perhaps if she shows compliance into this next 90 days, you would like the ability to consider unsupervised parenting time?
I would take the ability to allow that. That would be appropriate to have at the discretion of the department. 90 days is a long time.
And it seems that we're trying to have normalcy for the children, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I know that we're in an age where there's instant texting and PMs and all the other stuff that we use to communicate. And mom would like to know if perhaps there's some way that we could integrate in her texting with the kids, maybe even with a copy to you, just so it's appropriate. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, mother has recently started letter writing. My concern with things like text messages is that they can be deleted. And I don't get to see the full conversation. I would think that supervised phone calls and letters to start off would be more appropriate. But I'm also willing, especially since we have a family team meeting coming up, to expand all of those and discuss all of those. Because text messaging, we have to have specific rules, times, just same as phone calls. Can't have her texting at like 11 o'clock at night, things of that nature.
So it sounds as though you're willing to explore that and to discuss that. You're not closing that option. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. There is one child that does not wish to visit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the goal is reunification, correct?
Yes.
How do we accomplish reunification? What are we doing to accomplish reunification with a child that right now does not wish to visit?
So she is in therapy with more counseling. And I pick up KM for her visits with dad, and the Orchards worker picks all the girls up besides DM for their visit. So we're providing transportation, and we ask at every visit. I've literally been like, you need to come out of bed and talk to me for a minute because you need to tell me if you're going to visit mom or dad. And she's been adamant. Her trauma assessment says that we need to give her that time, that therapy. She has only recently started therapy, and so I'm hopeful that we will see more therapeutic process in the next 90 days.
And are there plans to integrate mom into this therapy somehow, because mom is a component?
It was not the plan within the next 90 days because I did not know where we would be, but it was always a component that we would at some point get to.
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Brooks.
What is therapeutic visitation entail?
Therapeutic visitation would be with a therapist. So they can break down things that are happening in that moment to discuss feelings and emotions and process what's happening in that moment to decide how things are going to move forward.
Is that the environment that my client was allowed by this court's orders to visit his daughters?
He was ordered, my understanding from the last order was that we were ordered to start visits immediately within 5 days, and that they had to encompass at some point therapeutic visitation. Therapeutic visitation hasn't begun yet. My understanding is because we're still working out the details, and Mr. Miller canceled his appointment with Renee and needs to reschedule.
I've asked him where I'm trying to understand therapeutic visitation. So he has had visitation, but not what you would describe as therapeutic visitation. Is that right?
He hasn't had it with a therapist, no.
Were you present at these visitations?
I was.
Who was there?
Myself. It was KM, myself, and Mr. Miller.
No one else?
At his last visit, he did not tell me. He just showed up with his daughter. His adult daughter.
Was there any foster parent there?
The foster parent would be the stepdad.
The father, the stepdad?
No, he's never, I transport. I pick her up from the house. We get a good about 25 minutes to talk. Then she did her visit, and then I drive her back.
A moment, Your Honor. She says he wasn't there. Pause. Did the child, KM, excuse me, ask your dad a series of questions?
So she's been asking him a series of questions. Specifically, she was asking questions about a suicide attempt that Mr. Miller had attempted in 2011.
How did she know about that?
That information was given to her by stepdad.
I see. Keep going. What other questions did she ask?
So it actually went over 2 visits. There was one visit approximately around the 14th that she asked him about the situation in which he denied it. And then the second visit around the 22nd, she had actually found paperwork and had read the paperwork and had confronted him on it.
About what?
About why he had not been truthful with her about the suicide attempt. That's all
Why
she
he had
wanted.
not been truthful about what?
The suicide attempt.
Information her stepdad has provided her.
Yes.
Otherwise, how would she know how would she have an opinion whether it was truthful or not?
Well, Mr. Avalos has been quite open and honest with the girls. I have also been quite open and honest with the girls. She asked me similar questions about her dad's cast in the car, which I tried to answer as honestly as possible, what I did or did not know. She's trying to get to know him, and she wants answers to these specific questions.
She want to know the answers to anything positive about her dad?
No.
Did anybody provide her any information that was positive about her dad?
I encouraged the conversation to go in different directions on multiple times, and when he had moments where he was unable to ask her questions, I would interject of like something as simple as, what's your favorite color? What are you doing for fun? I would encourage him to talk to her about wrestling. That is her biggest thing. And instead, it always ended up back into, oh, so your sister's not visiting? Why isn't your sister visiting? And, or he would ask her questions about like, did she have questions about him? Instead of making it about her.
Well, in effect, he is a stranger to her, isn't he?
Yes.
So isn't it logical he would ask if she has questions about him?
Not more than he would ask questions of her.
And you would encourage this open communication about the stepdad and stepmom's attitudes towards Mr. Miller, feeding this to this child?
I'm not sure what I'm not sure, I mean.
Well, how
what's
the
that
heck
from?
did she find out that he is accused of committing suicide or attempting it?
My
And isn't that
understanding-
appropriate at all?
I think it's appropriate in the sense that she was seeking information and that's the information that she was given. Specifically because we had previously talked about dad having mental health, and she wanted to know to what extent that was. I don't know to which conversation that happened between her and stepdad that would have allowed like what specifically transpired. But the attitude, Mr. Avalos has not expressed an attitude towards Mr. Miller and to me. And Ms. Avalos has not said anything to the children since the case has come into care about Mr. Miller.
Has anybody told these kids that the mother was found to have committed fraud in the Ohio courts when she got the kids' names changed? Has anybody told them that?
Yes, and Mr. Miller also told her that.
I didn't ask about him. Do you know whether the stepfather and mother did that?
Well, I had that conversation with them, so I cannot tell you whether stepdad and mom had that conversation. I know that I've had that conversation with them because I had to inform them that their last name was legally Miller.
That's not what I asked you. Has anybody told them that the mother was found by the courts in Ohio to have committed fraud in the way she got it done?
I don't know in that wording. I know that I've told them that mom was in the wrong. I did not say that she was fraudulent. I told her that she was in the wrong and that she was not within her means to do so.
If we're encouraging full disclosure, isn't that part of full disclosure?
No, I'm going to object to the cited question for relevance for purposes of the review, which is simply to understand the parents' compliance with and benefit from services and how they're progressing towards reunification.
I'm showing that this witness has a very strong bias, one against my client and two in favor of the current situation. And it's coming out in the questions that I'm asking. And I think you need to know that.
Your point is made, Mr. Brooks, and I look forward to the updates on why your client has not engaged in the services that he was recommended. So that's.
I'm going to call him.
Good. All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection just because I think you've already made your point. I'm asking you to move on.
You've expressed the opinion that my client, in your opinion, has mental issues. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
What is your training, educational background?
a bachelor's degree in human services, but my statement and opinion on his mental health comes from the fact that he himself informed me that he received Social Security benefits for anxiety and depression. And my understanding is that since that diagnosis and him receiving that Social Security benefit, there has been no follow-up with mental health providers.
How many questions, if you can recall, did KM ask her father about his past?
Your Honor, I object. Aren't we still on that same line of questioning that was objected to by the attorney for the agency?
I want to know what this visitation consisted of. If it's nothing but a grilling fed through the kid by the step-parents, I want to know it.
Your Honor, I think the request is for all therapeutic going forward, so we wouldn't be in that setting again if they agreed to only have a therapist in the room who's got that special training and can help with these questions.
Well, and I think also, frankly, I don't really want to get into a play-by-play about what happened during visitation. I think it goes beyond what we're here to talk about today. And there's only been, I think, 4 visits between your client and this child. So the
Which we
value
do
of this-
appreciate, by the way.
Well, the value of this line of questioning, I think, is not as important as some of the others. So if you could move along, I would appreciate it.
Would you agree with me that therapeutic visitation would take a different track than what's been done so far?
That would be the hope, yes.
Would you be, excuse me, would you be there for that?
Would I be supervising for the therapeutic?
Yes.
No, that would only be through Ms. Moore.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Heiss?
The comment allegedly made by Mr. Miller, see you when you're 18, whatever that situation was, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Did you observe that statement?
Yes.
Did the child see that statement?
He said it directly to her face.
And did he pound the table when he said that?
Not to my recall, but I was focusing at that moment of removing Cam from the situation.
So would you agree that there may be a conversation with Mr. Avalos regarding telling children the truth as developmentally appropriate?
I'd be more than happy to have that conversation with them.
Just for, to support his parenting?
Yes.
Now, I don't see in the case service plan that we're drug screening mother, are we?
We are not drug screening mother. She did volunteer to complete one. There was, I don't know if it's necessarily an allegation. It was said that she might be misusing medication. And so I had asked her during randomly during a family team meeting if she would complete a drug screen, and she did.
And the results were positive for opiates and hydrocodone, correct?
Yes, which she is prescribed.
Where is she prescribed that?
I apologize, I don't have that with me. She provided me her bed list before, and she has provided me with like the screenshots from like the pharmacy. I'm just not, I apologize.
That's okay. Can we put that on the agenda for the family team meeting to look at the levels, if they're appropriate, and what those prescriptions are for?
Yes.
Is she still on those prescriptions?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know if Adrian's psychotherapy counseling, you know what agency I mean, the one she's counseling with, do you know if they're aware that she's taking those?
I am not aware. It was not a specific thing that her therapist and I talked about, but I can add that to our agenda moving forward.
Thank you, as well as THC.
Yes.
Was she positive for THC too?
Yes.
Okay, I just scrolled past that. Are we sure that at Adrian's psychotherapy that she's getting more than just med reviews?
She actually gets her med reviews from the community mental health through a different doctor. So she's actually not getting medication from Adrian.
Okay, is she getting counseling at Adrian's psychotherapy?
Yes.
And do they have a copy, or will they have a copy of her psychological evaluation?
I talked to mom today about that. She does intend to give her a copy. I did tell her I would be following up as well to make sure that that happened.
Okay.
Actually, she's gonna get 2 copies, one for both therapists.
So, ZM is 15 years old, correct? And she is choosing to do her counseling and her therapy, but choosing not to visit with mom or her biological dad at this time, correct?
Correct.
Has she made a request from you about her permanence? Did she have a question for you about guardianship?
KM actually had a question about alternatives. And so I had answered her about that there are alternatives, but that the main goal was reunification. And I had walked her through like adoption, was it APLA, relatives, and then guardianship. We've gone through a little bit. Based on their age, we had a brief conversation about it, yes.
Okay, you said maybe in the next 90 days, you'd be open to exploring unsupervised visits for mother.
Yeah.
Would that be with the younger two or with all four?
Honestly, it would depend on where the girls are all at in therapy and where mom's at and what she can handle.
Okay. So when you said that sometimes KM, when she's visiting mom and the two youngers are there, KM is feeling that it's not helping her bond with mom. Is that true?
Right.
So you said we would build in some additional time for KM with mom. Couldn't it be an alternative to visiting with the youngers and adding time for KM?
Definitely be willing to explore that further, yeah.
Because you'll for sure be sensitive to KM's schedule and sports and all that kind of stuff, right?
I will. I don't think they'll have a choice because KM is very into her wrestling and she's not going to give that up to go to parenting time.
Okay, this is a direct placement, correct?
Yes.
So does the department continue to not recommend placement based on some of the shortcomings of the placement?
Our recommendation remains the same. There have been some progress in that area. Mr. Avalos did complete Families First, which was able to help him significantly. A laptop was purchased to help him with like online applications. We also ended up, the department paid some back rent to help keep them afloat. Services from Families First are now in place, and then Mr. Avalos is willing to, there's a secondary program that was recommended called FTBS, and he's agreed to complete that as well.
In the court report, it says he's behind in his house payment. Has that been fixed now?
I apologize, that was just rectified today.
Okay. And he has participated in everything needed by the agency to get some of those services for the children, correct?
Yes, and I do see him where before we had some missed appointments and where he would forget. I am seeing where he is, they might forget, but they're immediately getting rescheduled. It's not like someone has to intervene, like he's recognizing it. He's also been more upfront about when transportation is needed instead of kind of waiting to the last minute. So I think overall communication has gotten better for both of us.
Have you seen the divorce complaint that's been filed?
I have not seen the full complaint, no.
Will you support the placement if there are any resources in getting representation in the divorce?
We don't, department doesn't usually, I will be there to support the entire family and whatever recommendation is best at that time.
Last line of questioning is this: what do you expect the communication to be like between the placement and the mother?
Limited. I think the households need to be separate unless it is specifically regarding the children that can't go through the department, which I cannot think of a situation right now that would happen, but I think it should be child-based, such as maybe communicating about appointments, communicating if maybe one is grounded, whether on parenting time or something like that, but it really should be exclusive to the kids and how they choose to proceed with their divorce.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
I have some questions. I see that Ms. Varga Avalos is seeing Kelsey Perez.
Yes.
She is seeing someone at ACPC.
Yes.
You shared with us that her psychiatric care is through CMH.
Her medications are through CMH. Catherine Krabs is only addressing the domestic violence, and the schizophrenia is being addressed by ACPC.
What's being addressed by ACPC?
Her schizophrenia. That's her primary mental health diagnosis, is schizophrenia.
And how do we know that?
That is what was reported when it was given to me to the case. It also was alluded to in the alienation assessment that it was consistent with that. I believe that diagnosis came from her last hospitalization.
Do you have access to any of the CMH records or providers?
Not at this time, but I'm more than happy to get those.
Have you asked for a release to look at those?
Mom has signed releases for me.
Okay. The treatment provider, Kelsey Perez, indicates she's looking at feelings of depression and making better choices while angry, managing anxiety and anxiety symptoms. So does Kelsey Perez have any idea what the diagnoses are or any of the other things that are happening with Ms. Varga Avalos's care?
In my last conversation, she did, but not directly. My understanding is that she was getting that information from Ms. Varga Avalos herself, so not directly from the source, no.
Okay, because her therapeutic treatment goals are great, but they don't seem confined simply to the dynamics of domestic violence. So I would like some clarification on that if possible. I'm also concerned that these providers are, I mean, we need to, number one, we have to confirm that's a diagnosis, the schizophrenia is a diagnosis, and if there's medication recommended for that, whether or not she's taking it, whether or not she's attending those medication reviews through CMH, that's extraordinarily important for somebody with a diagnosis like that. ACPC just says that she's a patient and has attended weekly appointments. So I'm gonna make you a homework list, sorry. But I would like to know what specifically they think they're treating, in addition to whether or not they think that they're making progress on the treatment goals. I've looked at the forensic fluids test report, and I'm concerned, obviously, that she's testing positive for THC and opiates, especially in light of the fact that she may be on medications for schizophrenia. That could cause very serious complications potentially. So we need to know what she's taking from CMH, if she's taking that. There's no indication on the drug test reports that she's tested positive for anything that she may be supposed to be taking. So
I thought the med list was in that packet.
not that I've seen,
My apologies then.
because that would come from CMH.
I do have her med list from CMH, so I was able to verify the medication. I apologize, I thought I put it in the report, but I was able to confirm with CMH, especially, I'm gonna say it wrong, Vega. That's what's supposedly treating the schizophrenia, but I will get more clarification for you, Your Honor.
All right, and find out who is doing her medication reviews and whether or not they know that she has a prescription for opiates and that she's using THC. Because mixing THC with schizophrenia is a very bad idea. And I think that that's what you'll find when you contact her provider and talk with that person about what you found with your drug testing. And I would also ask you to continue drug testing her a little more often to see what's happening in her system. And just connect these service providers better, because I'm very concerned about what's coming out over here, and that's contradicting what's happening over here with this provider, and she's taking this, but she's testing positive for that. Those are very concerning. And I can appreciate that she's talking to all these providers. I mean, it seems to be good. But those are my concerns. Would you be able to look into those in the next report period?
Yes, ma'am.
And I would also, as part of that, frankly, expect you, and I can put it in the court order if you need me to share these documents amongst her service providers. You might even consider literally asking them to come together for a meeting to discuss the case, if you can convince them to do that, because you have so many different things happening with different service providers. That I have a feeling they're not all understanding the full picture, like perhaps, and I don't even know if we have the full picture, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I would ask of you to do in our next report period, see if you can get that full picture and then make sure that all of our service providers are on the same page, that that's the best way for her to be moving forward. Okay. Questions based on my questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
The court has asked you about a series of medical health care providers for the mother, right?
Yes.
Is there anything in those reports that indicates that she accepts responsibility for the estrangement between my client and his daughters?
Well, no, there isn't, because the alienation assessment noted that he wasn't alienated, and mother maintains that she did not alienate the children from him.
What?
I apologize. Please rephrase your question.
Slow down too a little bit, please.
Sorry.
She takes the position she has not alienated the children from her father, their father, is that correct?
Yes, and the alienation assessment supports that.
Do you believe that the fraud committed through the Ohio courts has any relevance to this opinion that you just expressed?
I think that her changing the names is a further indication of alienation.
Right.
No, I believe that she believed that the girls wanted the name change, and so that's why she did it.
To the extent she would commit fraud to do it?
I don't know if that's alienation necessarily.
Well, let me ask you, do you think she's alienated his daughters from my client?
No.
Nothing further.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, just two.
Good.
You just indicated today you just paid off a house payment for the placement. How much did you pay?
Approximately $3,100.
Okay. At this meeting Thursday, might you discuss, I know we have Christmas and the holidays coming up, but maybe some extra visits might look like, or exchange of presents or whatever for mom and the kids?
That is the hope. The main part of that, when we initially scheduled at FPM, was to discuss expanding mountain visitation. So although, yes, we have some other things that have been added that we'll address, the main purpose of that meeting is to address the parenting time extension.
That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Any other witnesses, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. McFarland?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
I'd like to start with Mrs. Avalos.
And Ms. Avalos, come on up to our witness stand.
I will be very brief.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Just that.
Ma'am, do you believe you've unreasonably interfered with my client's right to visit his girls?
Your Honor, I'm objecting. The time frame is from disposition to this review. So if it's within that period, I'm fine by that, but we're looking prior to that. My client's already made admissions and she's been ordered into a gay service plan, so it's outside the scope of this hearing.
Response.
He's right. I have no further questions.
All right. Any questions for your client? Mr. McFarland?
No.
Ms. Thomas?
I have none.
Ms. Heiss?
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may return to your seat.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Miller, come on up to our witness stand.
I told you we'd be brief.
Stephanie.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So how many got this?
That's just that.
Sir, at your last hearing, you were awarded the right to have parenting time with your daughters, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you in fact had any parenting time with your daughters?
With Chloe, I have
That's the 15-year-old?
the youngest, 30.
Can we just use initials, please?
Yes, please.
KM. You recognize who KM is?
Yes.
All right. How many times have you visited with KM?
I visited with her 3 times.
How about the older child?
Nothing. No visitation with her.
It's been explained to you that she personally does not want the visitation, right?
Correct. Yes.
She's how old?
She is 15.
Now, we have not yet begun therapeutic visitations. You understand that?
Yes.
What have the visitations been like with KM?
first two visits, went good. I have no idea what Eva would elaborate on that. Eva knew that I was bringing my daughter, Brittany, to meet her sister. She knew that the visit prior. She was aware of it. So when I had brought Brittany, Chloe has questions. And she has every right to ask me any questions. But some questions are left to be therapeutic for the therapist. Ava would more or less tell Chloe, don't you have questions you want to ask him?
Who's Ava?
Or Mrs. Copus. Don't you have one questions you want to ask your dad? And Chloe has every right to ask me anything, and I'll tell her the truth. She spoke about, was I up on a roof? Those would have to be therapeutic. Ava made no attempt to try to intervene, but in other ways she would intervene to get her to ask me more questions. That wasn't right. The visit was for me to spend time with Chloe and for Brittany to connect with her sister. That never happened. And for the life of me, I don't understand why Ava has it out for me.
I would like you to refer to her as Mrs. Copus.
Mrs. Copus, I apologize.
Continue.
So she spoke with Dr. Hygen for a psych eval. It was explained to me that he's going to reach out to me. He never once reached out to me. So I had no idea when it was going to take place. Through the emails, I'm sure everybody read it. And I have no problem with taking the psych eval.
Did you?
Not yet.
Schedule?
I have no idea. His office never reached out to me. He never reached out to me.
You've had some problems, communication between you and the governmental agencies, right?
Yes.
Look, tell the court what problems you're having.
Today, I was unaware of this appointment because it was explained to me that I would receive paperwork through the mail. Nothing has come through the mail regarding this court date.
How about via computer, emails?
Yes.
Text messages?
Juvenile, I don't know how you. The text message would come across and it would go into my junk mail. And I don't read my junk mail. And there was visitation through Mrs. Moore, I believe. And when she had reached out to me, this was her attitude. When she had reached out to me, she goes, I'm returning your call. Well, first of all, I never had called her. It was her that was supposed to set up an appointment with me. It never took place. She goes, are you father of Zoe and Chloe Miller? I said, yes, I am.
Initials, please.
I am and CM.
Continue.
She had already had a little bit of attitude for no reason. I was waiting for her to reach out, set up an appointment so I can attend this therapeutic visitation.
Why were you waiting instead of taking the initiative yourself?
Because I didn't have her number or her office.
Have you ever received a timely notification of any therapeutic session of any kind? Or these court hearings for that matter?
No.
You're willing to give the court and the workers your proper email address after the hearing?
Yes, I've done that. I don't know how many times with the court or with whoever. Everybody, my address has been on file for years.
Getting back to these meetings between you and KM, your 15-year-old. What was the participation between you, your daughter, and Mrs. Copus?
The first two I thought went rather well as she's, because I communicated with her through text messages. The third one did not end well. Mrs. Copus knows that this needs to be therapeutic. These line of questions that KM has to ask.
What kind of questions were asked of you?
KM brought the fact about my other daughter, Brianna. And for me to explain in that setting wasn't a right idea, or it wasn't the right time.
As in, who is this girl, or who is this young woman? Is that the kind of question you were asked?
No, she was asking, there is a letter sent from my oldest daughter, Brianna. She does not like me because the reason she does not like me or want a relationship with me is because her boyfriend beat her up and left her bloody and bruised. And so when I try
I don't
to,
want to get too far.
right, get away from it.
Give me some idea of the type of questions that the KM asked you.
KM asked me at the last visit, she says that her stepdad tried fighting me several times, that I cowered away. And that KM said that I had held Chloe in my arms, that he came and rescued Chloe and took her out of my arms. Nothing's gonna get solved unless Mrs. Varga and Mr. Avalos just stop, let the therapy handle it. Or whether it's with Mrs. Copus. I'm a stranger to them. They have questions, I'm here to answer them. But some questions have to be in a therapeutic setting with a therapist. That's what I said from day one.
Your daughter asked questions about an incident where she was forcibly removed from your arms?
Yeah, she had told me what her stepdad had told her.
I understand. Did she state to you where she had heard about this alleged suicide attempt?
No, she read it off some email. I don't know where she received it from.
Maybe it was a step parent, maybe it was the biological, maybe it was somewhere else.
Correct.
Were there any other questions of a disturbing nature like those two?
No, the way the last visit was going towards my daughter, Brittany, who came to see her sister, Eva was aware of it. She got upset because it was brought up about my oldest daughter, Brianna. Brianna and Brittany don't get along because Brianna used to bully Brittany. And it brought up memories of when she was a childhood. And I told Ava, I said, this needs to be in a therapeutic. You can't.
Mrs. Copus?
Mrs. Copus.
It's for my benefit. I can't keep first names and last names.
Right. Mrs. Copus. It's like it went one ear out the other. It was more like she was telling her, is there more questions you want to ask? So, no.
When she said made those statements, was she getting into areas, in your opinion, that were appropriate for a non-therapeutic setting?
No, the question she was asking me needs to be in front of a therapist. And Mrs. Copus knew that. And she just allowed it to happen. I never got up and banged the desk, or I never said, hey, you wait till you're 18 to come see. No, it didn't happen that way as she described it. She asked me questions one after another. I had my other daughter here. It was supposed to be a good visit. It didn't end up that way.
Would you say it was more like an interrogation from your child?
Yes, I'm not going to get a fair chance if Mrs. Avalos or Mr. Avalos is negatively talking bad about me. She answered the question, did Mrs. Avalos keep my daughters away from me? She believes it never happened. I brought emails.
Who asked that question?
You had asked Mrs. Copus if she felt that Mrs. Avalos kept my two daughters from me. She said no.
Right.
Mrs. Copus never asked to speak to anybody that I know, or the witnesses that I had that came to court to prove that she had kept my daughters from me. She's seen now the emails. So if I email her and say, hey, I'd like to see Zoe and Chloe. repeat year after year after year. They don't want to see you, or her to tell them that I am dead, or I'm gay, or daddy has a butt buddy, or he's not your real father. What we're failing to do here is they need to be in therapy, therapeutic therapy. I'm glad I got to see my daughter, Chloe. Zoe doesn't want to see me. Chloe probably doesn't want to see me. This isn't my fault. Mrs. Avalos has to stop talking negative. So, Mr. Avalos, how am I going to get a fair shake? Mrs. Avalos kept me from my daughters. It's nothing new. I'm here. I've been here for every court visit. Why am I here? So it's mind-boggling. So I found a therapist, and the doctor's going to give me a psyche bill. I want a neutral psyche bill from Dr. Hodgin, whoever he is. I know he works with the courts. So there has to be neutral. Dr. Parks, it's bewildering. It's like you have to get one that works with the courts. Okay, fine. Then somebody neutral who doesn't know either party. Let me take the same test. I don't know.
Well, we have to be careful here because court and the department uses certain people, you
Right.
understand? And these services are provided to you without cost, aren't they?
Yes, but
So
initially
that
they're
if you
going
want to get an expert of your own,
to, not so much expert of my own. These people tend to favor the courts, if you will, like Mr. Parks. When I was there for parent alienation test, he gave me a psych test right in his office. I said, "What are you doing?" I said, he goes, "Yeah." I said, "But I'm not here for this. I was lied to." And how did he make any assumption about me within 20 minutes even talking with me? The rest of the time was spent taking that psych test that he administered. So it seems like to me they don't want me to be a part of my daughter's life. So yeah, am I tired? Mentally, physically tired? Yes. Are my two daughters suffering? They have questions. They have a right to know who I am. I'm fighting not only with these ladies, I have to turn around and try to explain to Zoe and Chloe what's going on. The truth needs to be told to Zoe and Chloe. And I have no problem, whatever they want to ask me, there's a therapist there.
in a therapeutic setting.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination,
No,
I have none, Your Honor.
Ms. Heiss.
No, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. May you return to your seat.
Thank you, Judge.
I have no further witnesses.
Ms. Heiss,
I have no witnesses today. Thank you.
comments?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that we're fairly early on in the case service plans for both parents, obviously for Mr. Miller specifically. I believe that Ms. Copas is very aware of the dynamics of this family, is doing well in the case management component of it. We would request that the parenting time order from our order of disposition for Mr. Miller be amended to reflect the therapeutic parenting time, with a reminder that the connection between Ms. Moore and him needs to happen in order to get that scheduled. We can only do so much. And then we would ask that parenting time continue to be supervised with Ms. Varga Avalos for the time being. We can, in the middle of this review period, if it's necessary, do a stipulation order amongst the attorneys to get that parenting time unsupervised. But given that it is typically our default, I would just ask that it continue to be supervised. And so we are ready to ask the court to make it unsupervised without further restrictions. And with that, we'd ask for another 90-day review. Thank you.
Ms. McFarland?
well, I appreciate that we might be able to do this by stipulation, but may have some hostility between the parties, at least one towards my client. So I'm not sure that we might get a stipulated order. I hate to drag out perhaps supervision. So we would ask that the agency have the discretion to move it unsupervised. I have also noticed a personal change in my client's behavior since her change in regimen, her medication. And she fully welcomes having everybody come together to make sure that she's cooperating and she's taking the medications that she needs for her benefit, for the benefit of her kids, Your Honor. So I think the assessment of the workers that my client's progressing favorably, and that these important issues are going to be discussed at the family team meeting as far as releases that need to be signed, Christmas parenting time, and the other issues. I trust that we can address those as we have done. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks?
I agree with the attorney for the department that we're very early in this process. I think what we need is these therapeutic visits, to the extent the girls will allow them, between the girls and their father, so that we can see just how much progress can be made. Mr. McFarland's claim that his client is making progress, I think is unfounded. I think that's the most polite term I can use, or he wouldn't have used his skill and expertise in evidentiary hearings to have prevented me from asking her a very simple question. I think you helped estrange your daughters from their father. He didn't want her to have to answer that. Says a lot. I'll ask it on another set time at another place. It will get asked. But right now, I just think we need to get the therapeutic parenting time started so that it doesn't turn into a grilling spoon-fed from outside sources. I have an opinion what the sources are, but I can't prove it as we sit here today. But I think they're real enough. Thank you.
Ms. Heiss?
Thank you. I'd hope to use this time to fine tune Ms. Varga Avalos's treatment plan and to talk about her strengths and her progress. Although remembering that the professionals, the CTAC evaluation is saying that it is needed to sustain this for a long period of time. And I think that's exactly what KM and ZM are saying is, yeah, I need to see it for a while. And I think that's what the doctors are saying, but we have a definitive ruling on the fact that Ms. Varga Avalos engaged in multiple actions that kept Mr. Miller from his children. We have that. We don't need to keep proving it. However, the professional continues to say Mr. Miller also became angry at her and stopped pursuing visitation through court orders. So we've addressed this. I think instead of spending time on fine tuning some things for the kids, I think we heard untruths from Mr. Miller. I think he's denying, he's not taking accountability. I think it's your fault that he doesn't have, the court's fault that he doesn't have notice of the next hearing. It comes in the order every time. I believe last time he left court early and it may not have gotten the piece of paper, but he's supposed to be getting these notices, these orders. Every date is in the order, but somehow it's somebody else's fault. It's Dr. Haugen's fault that he belongs to he's on the court, he's a service provider, so he worked for the state. As if the court has a predetermined outcome that we're trying to manipulate, other than reunification. I think that he's demonstrating paranoia that Ms. Kopis is not making him aware of appointments, that he's bringing people to, he's had 3 visits so far, he's gotten mad in one, he's brought a visitor to another, no accountability. We saw a lot of good information about his mental health and about his medications. I'm really eager for him to do the case service plan. As much as he's in tune with what needs to happen, and I don't know that anybody disagrees with him, that nobody should be disparaging him to his children. And it has to go on, and he has to do his services, both. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. The court finds all interested parties were given notice for purposes of today's review hearing. The court announces the review hearings at every court hearing before the parties leave. There's also email that's sent out. If you have an issue with things going to your junk mail, then you need to fix that. That's not on us to do. And you've also had verbal confirmation of when your next court hearing is. So there has been adequate notice given for purposes of today's review hearing. And I trust the parties to manage responsibly their email correspondence. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to Ms. Kopis on that point. She's available. She's also available for any questions regarding Ms. Brene Moore, regarding Dr. Haugen, or anything else. So the claim that there's insufficient information being offered here to Mr. Miller specifically, this court finds to be without merit, especially given the fact that Ms. Eva Kopis is very competently managing this case and is able to provide that information upon a request of any parent, whether that's by email, text message, or carrier pigeon, if you will. Perhaps the department could look into that last option another time. As it relates to progress on services, both of these children, the two that Mr. Miller is concerned with specifically, are in therapy. They're in therapy with Ms. Brene Moore, who is supposed to be the person who overseeing some therapeutic reintroduction parenting time. I reviewed Dr. Parks's analysis last time to indicate that he did not express any specific indication of risk of harm associated with visitation. Unfortunately, I was wrong about that, because it appears that there was a pretty difficult visit recently that resulted in some unfortunate things that were said, both between child and parent. And that could have been avoided, frankly, if it would have been in the context of therapeutic reintroductory parenting time, which is what I have been asking Mr. Miller to engage in for several sessions of court up to this point. The referral's been made. He even had contact with Ms. Brene Moore, and unfortunately, for no legitimate reason, as far as from what I can see where I'm sitting, has not engaged in that service. To avoid any further harm to that relationship and to the child's mental health, the court will order that therapeutic parenting time with Brene Moore will be the only visitation that Mr. Miller is allowed until he accomplishes that goal and convinces Ms. Moore that he is not going to be a threat to the mental health of his children. These two children have been through enough. They're doing their own hard work and their own therapy, and they don't need any additional material to work on at this time. This is supposed to be a positive experience. And if there's difficult questions that come up, then so be it. You have to be the adult in the room, Mr. Miller. You can't lose it, just like we don't like Ms. Stephanie Avalos losing it, if you will. That's part of what Dr. Parks has explored. There's a long history here, especially with your older daughter, that she's basically become immune to much of the upheaval and chaos that has characterized her life thus far. That was reflected again in the CTAC recommendation. So we need to break that pattern, period. And you have to be part of that. You both can be part of that, or you can get out of the way, frankly, because I'm not going to sit here and listen to you shifting blame to other people about why you didn't go to your psychological, why we didn't go to see Ms. Brene Moore, why we didn't. So that's unfortunate, but if that's your perspective, Mr. Miller, then it's better, frankly, that we understand that now, and we can move towards a goal of permanency that will better support these children, rather than waiting to see that fall off the radar later on. So the two children are placed with Mr. Avalos. He is the safest and least restrictive under the circumstances. I have articulated clearly in my questioning to Ms. Kopis my concerns about what's happening with Ms. Stephanie Avalos and her multiple different prescriptions and service providers. That, frankly, is also supported by the characterization that Dr. Parks illustrated in his questioning of ZM, specifically around page 12, that we could expect to see from her mother, her effectively putting on her best face, if you will, at times. And there's a lot of issues there between her and this child, including a potential credit card that she found in her name and her mother's wallet, for example. There's a lot to unpack here, and a lot of progress and significant stability that we're going to need to see from Ms. Stephanie Avalos before I'm ready to move, frankly, even to unsupervised parenting time. We have at this juncture one child refusing to see her, working hard again on her own therapy to get there, and some good experiences, I think, in part, and engagement in services, which is great to see. But I want to make sure that this isn't just putting on a good face. We need to see sustained employment access to transportation, sustained treatment, know what we're treating for, whether or not she's engaged with CMH, whether or not her service providers are all on the same page. And so there will be an addition to today's court order outlining many of those concerns so that Ms. Kopis can track down those answers for us before the next review hearing. But in the meantime, the children will remain placed with Mr. Guy Avalos. And I want to say that I am grateful for the department in battening down the hatches on that and trying to support him as best you can. This is the person the children trust at this point, which goes a lot, which goes very far, especially with ZM and KM being very vocal about what they want, need, and where they've come from. So thank you for your support of Mr. Avalos. Please continue to do that and engage with him. And of course, if you need me to encourage him to engage with you, you know where to find him. So they will remain placed in that particular home pending further proceedings with their siblings who are also undertaking services and doing well in that particular home. I would look forward to any updates on other cases that do concern all four of these children, and to look at those permanency goals, considering the long history of this case, Mr. Miller's initial actions and missing some of those opportunities. I think we need to have a permanency planning hearing at our next review, which will of course take into account the children's preferences. I trust our providers to look into that as well. And let's give you your next review. You're going to find Ms. Kopis also in this attachment that I've asked you to look at the curriculum that was recommended in the trauma assessment and provide that potentially to Mr. Avalos, Guy Avalos, as well as asking you to either review with him or connect him with the trauma assessor to review the trauma assessments that he participated in with the two girls so that he is best able to take advantage of that information. So you'll see that asking you to connect him with those two resources as well in our next report period. For purposes of scheduling our review, effectively until March 12th. Obviously, we have a holiday in there.
Patrick's.
That one too.
That's not a holiday.
She's here today.
How about Tuesday, March 12th at 1:30 p.m.? Okay, so that will be our next review and permanency planning hearing. Thank you to Ms. Heiss and Ms. Kopis, who are certainly in satisfaction of your obligations.
Thank you.
Thank you to our counselors, our advocates, who give us a very good representation today for your clients. And unless there's any questions, that's all for today. We'll see you March 12th of the Miller Avalos children, file 23163. All right, we're on record for review in this file. May I have the names of our participants, please?
Lee Heiss, lawyer, guardian ad litem for the all four children.
Ms. Tasha Thomas, counsel for the department. Ms. Kopis. Eva Kopis, child welfare specialist with MDHHS.
Nicole Underwood on behalf of minor Zoe Miller.
Michael Brooks, I represent Father Joe Miller. Joe?
Oh, I can see you trying to contribute, but we couldn't hear your response.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Katerina Dumont, CAA for the minor child, Chloe Miller.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ariel Berger here on behalf of Mother Stephanie Varga Avalos.
Thank you. It should also be noted for the record that we have a permanency planning hearing set for today. And a pending pretrial also in the divorce case, it looks like, to follow today's proceedings. It certainly affects permanency as well. All right, I look forward to your report, Ms. Heiss.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have not visited with the children before today. We did other work in this review period, and I want to emphasize the outcome more than the process. The two older girls, they want to stay with Mr. Avalos. He's raised them, that's their father, and we now have attorneys appointed to advocate just for that. If I don't overthink the case, I think we can get that done in the next 90 days in a guardianship. You possibly could grant a juvenile guardianship, although the DHS has not recommended this placement, so it's a direct placement based on, I think, my request. And I'm not recommending a juvenile guardianship because of the licensing and that kind of stuff. I don't think they can pass. So, but I think we can get done what they want done. So mom has done her services, and what a victory we have here. She's benefited from services, and the older girls, it's gonna take a while before they trust again, and it's not time yet. And the case has been open for a significant amount of time where everybody wants permanence and wants the case closed. The two littles love their visits with their mom. I assume that divorce will take care of putting custody with Mr. Guy Avalos and good visitations with the mom. Again, I recommend unsupervised visits for mother. I recommended that last time and it just wasn't time. It wasn't granted. So I think that concludes my report, Your Honor.
Here. Testimony today, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask for Ms. Stephanie Varga Avalos to be sworn in, please.
Ma'am, come on to our witness stand.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
If there's a step there.
Good afternoon, Ms. What do you prefer to be called? Stephanie, Ms. Varga Avalos, what do you prefer?
You can call me Stephanie.
Okay, Stephanie. So just briefly, did you have the opportunity to review the case, the court report for today's hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. And were there any areas in the court report that you thought were inaccurate?
No, not really.
Okay. Generally, the court report is really favorable to you. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you agree that you're in compliance with your case service plan?
Yes.
Okay. Currently, has there been any updates to your housing situation?
No, I've been calling for the last 2 weeks, landlords, housing help, everybody to try to find housing, and they just haven't gotten back to me. I do have a job. I'm just waiting for them to give me my orientation date, and then I start. So I signed the paperwork for the onboarding process or whatever. I did all that, so I'm just waiting for orientation date and stuff like that, and then I start the job. But other than that, I have a job. I have a car now, and I'm just waiting for a house. And like I said, I've been calling for 2 weeks solid, leaving messages, leaving voicemails. Nobody's calling me back.
And for your mental health treatment, are you still on schedule? I know that I just saw you. Well, I just saw you hands and did a So are there any updates to your mental health appointments or anything like that?
So today I went for my injection. And then so I got a copy of my updated med list, and that's what I handed Ms. Covis today.
Wonderful, thank you for that update. And do you feel that between the medication management and therapy that you are experiencing some stabilization in your mental health?
Yeah.
You feel that parenting time is going right now?
It's going great. I enjoy having the time that I have with the girls. I miss the older girls a lot. I wish I could see them, but I know they're not ready yet, so I'm just waiting.
Part of the, something the court must consider today is the permanency goal for all 4 of your children. It sounds like maybe the 2 younger ones, there's some space there to discuss that within the custody arrangement as well. But then as relates to your 2 older ones, what would you like to see happen for their permanency?
So the 2 older ones, I know that they really want to stay with Guy, and I am not opposed to that. I would like to see them go with him also. I would like for them to stay with him and live with him, because he's also been there with me raising them for the last 10 years.
There any, other than housing, is there any other area from your case service plan that you feel like you need more support with?
Not really, just the housing is what's keeping me, what's holding me back.
What does your current parenting time schedule look like?
It's 2 days a week for 2 hours.
And is it supervised?
Yes, ma'am.
So you, and that's with
Linda.
Ms. Edwards, okay. And have you discussed at all with Ms. Colpus or anyone else what you would like, what is expected of you to be able to move forward and obtain more parenting time or move towards unsupervised parenting time?
We've talked about having unsupervised visits, but we haven't talked about exactly what that looks like yet.
Okay. And you note that in the court report, Ms. Colpus has also recommended the unsupervised parenting time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Given the housing instability, what would your proposed location for that unsupervised parenting time be?
Just like it is now, like we go to different spots around Adrian to come see Clinton. We go to the movies, we go bowling, we go to parks, we do things outside or around town or something like that. So it doesn't take having a home to be able to have visitation.
So you, generally speaking, you would just continue parenting time in the public until there's maybe a safer location.
Exactly.
Okay. And if, generally speaking, if the court then, let's say the court says, you know what, the 2 younger children, their permanency can be addressed in a custody order. Do you feel that you're able to co-parent with their father in a healthy manner?
Absolutely.
Have you guys discussed what co-parenting looks like for your family?
Yeah.
Do you think that's an area that professional or therapeutic service could be implemented?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you'd like to share with the court about your progress or how you're doing?
Like I said, I just got a job, so I have the job thing down. I just got a car, and it doesn't take me having unsupervised visits in a home in order to see my kids. I can do them outside of the home, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we do all kinds of stuff outside anyway. We do it throughout the community and everything like that, so we try to do the fun things like that anyway.
Okay, thank you. With it, Your Honor, I have no further questions of the button at this time.
Ms. Underwood?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that you would support a guardianship for your older 2 children?
Yes.
Okay. And you would facilitate any signatures or documents with respect to the filings for guardianship? Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Brooks?
Ma'am, what, if any, mental diagnoses have been identified for you that you're dealing with?
I was diagnosed with,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are on YouTube, and so I would just ask if that information could be left off the record for YouTube's purposes. I believe that it is contained in the court report,
What do you think, Mr. Brooks?
if I'm not mistaken. I could be.
Well, I'm not trying to embarrass the witness, but she is a witness, and I think I have a right to know the answer to that. You want to put us on mute? I don't care. Maybe I can ask it another way.
I think it's in
What-
some of the court reports.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think it's
Yes,
in
that's
some of the court reports.
Yeah, does anybody have a page number we can reference for Mr. Brooks?
And I don't see it in this current court report. But I know that this has been an issue in the past where we needed to ensure mental health treatment was being complied with.
Let me ask this question, subject to possible objections. What medications are you taking, ma'am?
I just handed over the list to Ms. Copus. She can let you see it, and then you can look for it.
You just this afternoon handed it over?
Yes, I did. Ms. Copus has it.
Does the court have a copy of that list?
I haven't seen it. I do know we looked at her psychological evaluation as an exhibit last time.
I just gave it to her this, I just got it this morning.
May I see it? I'm not gonna ask you specifically about it. I just want to see what it says, okay?
Absolutely.
You may or may not have counted this, but I count 11 prescriptions on here. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree.
How long have you been on these 11 prescriptions?
For a year.
Unless there's an objection, I'm gonna move for the introduction of this medication log summary.
Any objections? No.
No, Your Honor. And,
Can someone send me a copy of that so I can see it?
I guess take a photo and screenshot it for me.
Sure.
You're asking me to do computer stuff?
No,
I'm
is that-
asking this under the.
she's got you covered.
Thanks.
Would you submit that to the court, Dave?
I will, Your Honor. I will, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, Ms. Dumont, did you have any objections to that?
No, Your Honor.
Well, I will receive it.
So we need.
Would you like me to make a copy?
If you could, please, Your Honor, I'd appreciate it. Sure.
How many copies do we need in the courtroom? How about 2?
2 copies.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, as a note, to answer Mr. Brooks' original question for the diagnosis, it was provided at our last court report, page 56 and 57 of 95.
Not on this one, but the one before.
Yep.
I've received a copy of that, Your Honor. I don't have an objection.
Same time, I'll ask a couple of more questions, then I'm done.
Go ahead.
How are you doing on all these medications?
Doing better.
Do you feel you still need them?
Absolutely.
That's all.
All right, okay, let's go to Ms. Dumont next. Any questions?
Your Honor, I have no questions. I believe Miss Underwood asked everything I would have asked.
Okay, Ms. Berger?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You know, Kathy, thank you.
Stephanie, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to start a screen
Thank
share.
you.
We have an exhibit we would like to present today.
Okay, you're gonna have to slow down and speak up. I heard you're gonna start a screen share, but after that I couldn't understand. I'll try to turn you up in here if you want.
Yes, we have an exhibit that we would like to present today.
Very well. Do your co-counselors know what you're proposing?
I have notice of it.
I sent it this morning, Your Honor, but at that time I was not aware that the two older children had attorneys. So Miss Underwood and Miss Dumont probably do not.
We wanna send it along. I know Ms. Underwood, you've got her phone number, and maybe Ms. Dumont also.
I do.
Just a letter from Ms. Stephanie Varga Avalos. I have received a copy of that, in case you don't want to share the entire.
That's okay. I think it will help my client. Stephanie, can you see the letter shared on my screen?
Yeah.
And what is it that you want the court to know that's in this letter?
I wanted to let them know that I want the girls to stay with Guy and to live with him because he's always been there for him, and to keep him, because he's been the one that's been there to keep them safe and always, you know, always been able to keep them safe and secure at the home. So I want them to be able to stay there and not have to move around to another home and be separated from their sisters.
Okay. And you previously testified that you would be in support of a guardianship with Guy as the guardian. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would do everything that the court would need of you to help secure that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to share with the court today?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to have this admitted as Mother's Exhibit 1.
I'd like to voir dire on it.
Go ahead.
Who's dad?
Dad is Guy Avalos.
Your birth certificate that attests to that?
That's who my kids call Dad.
Who's dad? Who's their father?
Their father is Guy Avalos, I just said.
Who's Joseph Miller?
Joseph Miller left them 8 years ago and decided not to be their father.
Nothing further.
Any further objection to the offer of the exhibit?
No.
With that piece of information, no.
No. Okay, Ms. Dumont, do you have an objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Very good. All right, Ms. Berger, I've labeled it I, in fact, because typically I use DHS as 1. I have Mr. Brooks's exhibit as A, and so you will be Roman numeral I.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Further questions for your client?
No, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Ms. Dumont?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
No.
Ms. Underwood?
No, Your Honor. Yes, thank you. Miss Stephanie, there are certain things that are required to take care of kids, you would agree?
Yes, ma'am.
One of those things is a household income. Would you agree?
Yes.
So except for foster care payments, what is your understanding of the income in this household where your 4 girls would be?
Guy who does side jobs and, he does like home improvement side jobs for work that way.
Have you, in any of our court reports, seen evidence of that income?
I haven't seen evidence, but I know that he's done it because, he's taken the girls to Toledo to do the work.
Okay. It seems to me that sometimes Guy has weaknesses where you have strengths, like signing up for benefits. Do you agree with me that that's a strength of yours and sometimes Guy doesn't get that done?
Yeah, I agree that I have some strengths and that's what made us a good team.
Okay, and then you intend to team with him if this arrangement could be made?
Yes.
And what about the idea of Mr. Avalos and the children moving their residence to Ohio? Is that something you have addressed in the custody?
No.
Because your answer would be no.
Yeah.
So you're not concerned about the household income if the foster care payments were not coming in?
Repeat that, I'm sorry.
So if the older 2 girls go into guardianship with Mr. Avalos, there may not be any foster care payments into the household. And do you think the household still has enough funds to be successful?
I don't know.
Me either, that's where I'm going with this. Okay, and then you are paying child support, and that's on the younger 2?
No, that's on these 2.
Okay, thank you, I got confused on that part. So in order for, okay, I think that concludes my questions, thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any other questions for this witness before she gets off the stand?
One, are there some kind of tentative plans for either you or Mr. Avalos to move your residence as well as that of my client's 2 girls to Ohio?
No, nobody said anything about moving my girls to Ohio.
Are you planning on moving to Ohio?
No.
Mr. Avalos?
No, sir.
One witness at a time, please.
That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. May I return to your seat? Your next witness, Ms. Thomas.
Your Honor, just a couple of questions for Mr. Miller.
Okay, Mr. Joseph Miller, could you use the argument, please?
Please raise your right hand, Mr. Miller. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Have you had the opportunity to review the court report from today's hearing?
Yes, I have.
And as it relates to your portion, it seems that there is quite a bit of compliance, but then some areas where maybe there's some room to expand compliance. Do you agree with that summarization of your compliance with your plan?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Do you agree with the summarization of your compliance level that's in the court report?
Yes, I agree with the compliance I have made.
Okay. One of the things that is noted in here is, I think maybe your therapist has stated you've stopped attending therapy as of April. Is that still accurate?
Here's the truth. There was a death in my family. So yes, I stopped therapy, not to defy the court. I go to therapy because I choose to help me deal with what's going on.
Okay. So have you restarted that at all yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you intend to at all?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay. I know that there has been a lot of discussion about your
therapeutic parenting time and in the past and at family team meetings. What is your understanding of where that stands right now?
The only thing I can speak of is the truth. It's been an absolutely nightmare. I don't know where to begin. I don't. I've done a lot of soul searching regarding Zoe and Chloe. I will continue to love them the rest of my life. I don't know what else I can do or how I can prove. But I will not stand for is somebody lying to me, accusing me of lying, people not doing their jobs, keeping me in the lurk. If I look, it says partial compliance with Mr. Miller report seeking Mrs. Moore for mental health updates regarding his children's welfare and well-being. Partial compliance. Nobody knows more in that courtroom than me what those two have been through from day one until now. Mrs. Varga got on the stand and testified. I walked out. So I asked the courts, when's enough enough? She's embedded that into their little minds from a long time ago until now. I don't know what else you guys want from me. When there was a Zoom meeting with Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Kopis, Mrs. Moore called me a liar. She says I never called her. And I said, ma'am, would you be interested in seeing my text message? She goes, nope, you must have been calling somebody else. That's word for word. I have begged and pleaded to know their mental capacity and what they're going through with Mrs. Moore. What is it about me that they don't remember? Why they don't want to see me, to help me understand where my two daughters are coming from. All that's been kept from me. It was from day one, it was me. From very start, it was me wanted therapy for my two daughters for what their mother was doing. 7 years ago, she defied the court order to have Zoe and Chloe in therapy, along with myself.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to have to stop your testimony because we have heard your frustrations and the record does reflect that. But today is solely based on any progress or anything that has happened since June 4th when we were last here. And so I appreciate your frustration.
Please let me speak. And I can end this. I can end this now. I can end this now. I want my two daughters to be happy. If their happiness is not to see me when I have fought for the last 10 years, if they don't want to see me,
Mr. Miller, we're only here on what's happened in the last report period. So Ms. Thomas has said she doesn't have any more questions for you. Ms. Berger, any questions?
Mr. Miller, are you in agreement with Guy Avalos being the guardian for your children?
Am I in agreement as far as what do you mean? Well, yes, he has been taking care of them.
Would you support his continued care?
Apparently, I don't have a choice. I've been pushed out of their lives, and from what I have been experiencing, I'll never have a life with them. So what I'm trying to say is, I want my daughters to be happy. Their mental capacity comes first and foremost. If they want to remain with Guy, there's nothing I can do. I can't force my daughters to come see me. I can't force them to have a relationship with me. What I was trying to do to get them to understand what has happened, because everything's been told to them is a lie, but that will never happen. So if they want to remain, I want them to be happy. They have their two sisters there. I don't want them to be split up. I don't anymore to push to have Zoe and Chloe to have a relationship with me. I believe at this time cause more harm. That's where therapeutic visitation should have came in a year ago, but it never happened. So if my daughters want me to sign off my parental rights and for Mr. Avalos to adopt him, because apparently that's what is happening here, then I will do that. Because let me explain something. Those two girls have been through hell and back. I can begin to tell you because I don't have all day to tell you. So their happiness comes first and foremost. If they're truly happy with Guy, there's nothing else I can do.
Okay.
Nobody in that court wants me to have a relationship with my two daughters. Nobody. So I can't do this anymore. I spent countless nights not sleeping, wondering how they were, how they're doing over the years. If that's what they want, then okay. There's nothing else I can do.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you, but some of the other attorneys might, okay?
Okay, Ms. Dumont, any questions?
No, Your Honor, I believe Ms. Berger covered what I was gonna ask.
Mr. Brooks?
You feel you got screwed by your ex-wife and her attitude towards parenting time with you?
Yes.
You think she was assisted in that with the professional people who've been involved in this case?
Yes.
You see any chance that you're gonna have a relationship with these girls?
No, no, I don't. I have an explanation, but no, I don't. I don't see this for happening.
Just answer my questions.
No.
Alright. And you want Mr. Avalos, if he's willing to take them, to have a guardianship with these kids?
Yes.
How about their mother?
No. Mr. Avalos was there at the time, which I commend him for, where they ran to and sought safety from their mother. So he
So the
has
strongest input you've got in this case is mainly that you want these kids, these girls to go with Mr. Avalos and keep them away from their mother.
Yes.
And by definition, unfortunately, you.
Yep.
Nothing further.
Ms. Underwood, any questions?
No, I think the questions I would have asked have already been covered. Thank you.
Ms. Heist?
No questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any other witnesses you'd like us to hear from?
Briefly, Ms. Kopis, with Foundation for the Court.
Ms. Kopis, on.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Ms. Kopis, you have drafted the court report that's before us today, is that correct?
Yes.
And are there any updates or modifications that need to be made to it?
There is a modification that needs to be made in the recommendation. It does ask for the placement to no longer be court ordered. However, the home study was denied and we are looking at a new annual reassessment. I don't know the outcome of that. So in order to maintain this placement, it would still need to be court ordered.
And is that on, is the home assessment pending before the department?
My understanding is that the process has been started, clearances have been started. The annual renewal, I believe, and I apologize for having the direct date, is actually in September because they were placed in August.
And then, as relates to the other recommendations, you are supportive of unsupervised parenting time for Ms. Varga Avalos with the two younger children?
I am.
And that Zoe and Chloe remain, their parenting time remain in a therapeutic setting?
Therapeutic setting at their discretion, yes.
Okay. And currently during this review period, have they chosen to exercise any parenting time with their mother?
They have not.
And are they continuing to receive any mental health services from a clinician?
They continue to meet with Ms. Moore. They continue, they overall continue to do well with Ms. Moore. Appointments have been kept, they're being consistent. So we are seeing some progress there.
As it relates to the two younger children, if the court were to order in the custody matter some sort of parenting time, I guess what parenting time would need to be ordered through the custody case for the department to feel like that those children are adequately safeguarded?
Mother's made significant progress in her treatment goals. So at this point, the unsupervised would be sufficient. She's done fantastic in her parenting time despite the homelessness. She's been very creative with coming up with events for the kids, whether it's creating their own water balloon fight in the park or making sure they go to the library because it's raining. She's done a very good job of planning ahead, planning for these events. It's not just the events themselves, making sure that they have the proper food, communicating with dad about the proper clothing because we're going here, but it's a surprise. And so she's done overall really well, and I anticipate that behavior to continue.
Do you have any recommendations about them, the parents co-parenting at all?
We had an FTM in which we discussed family counseling, in which we would observe mom and dad co-parenting a little bit longer. They've done well with it. We just wondered if they, Ms. Moore or Aaron Abbott could.
I object to the reference for the stepfather to be referred to as dad. He is not, which is no reflection personally on him as a person, but it is not accurate.
Your Honor, if I may, I respect that entirely, and this is solely related to the custody matter, which would only involve the two younger children, in which Mr. Guy Avalos is their legal father.
That's true, Mr. Brooks. He does have two legal children that are subject to the court's jurisdiction as well. He shares with Ms. Avalos. So I can sustain your objection as it relates to the children that are not his, but I must overrule it as far as the ones that are his.
That's fine.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Do you think that the parents need continued oversight as relates to two younger children in this NA case to do that service?
I don't know if they would fully need oversight. They've done a fairly good job, and I've seen a lot of strength and a lot of change in them since the onset of the case. And so I think they could function moving forward without us.
And it sounds like part of the necessity of keeping the case open is just to ensure that Ms. Varga Avalos, her parenting time as it transitions to unsupervised and grows would continue to be safe and appropriate, and just a demonstration of stability. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And other than that, as relates to Zoe and Chloe, I'm sorry for saying their names out loud. The recommendation is for guardianship. Is that still your recommendation at this time?
It is.
Is there anything you'd like to highlight from your court report or bring to the court's attention from your knowledge of the case?
I would like to emphasize on the parents co-parenting. I apologize, Mr. Avalos's and Ms. Varga Avalos's parenting. You know, on the onset of this case, we had, you know, talking about the department involved, we had a lot of miscommunication. And so overall have seen a level of maturity and growth. I mean, there's still times when they're still struggling, but they come to us with that, and they talk about things and they work it through. And that's a behavior we didn't see at the onset of this case.
Thank you. With that, Your Honor, I would move to admit the court report and the attachments, which I believe are the case service plans at this time.
Objections?
No objection.
No.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. They're received. Cross-examination, Ms. Dumont.
Ms. Copaz, has Chloe been adamant with you with regards to what she wants to see with regards to parenting time?
Yes.
Okay, and what is her wishes with regards to that?
So consistently since for this reporting period, she has not wanted to visit. She did at the onset of this case explore visitation with both parents. She did try her best to forge those bonds and relationships. Unfortunately, it did not work out, and at this point, she is declining all visitation.
And do you agree with that she should have the ability to decide?
I do. She, despite not wanting to be in therapy, despite not wanting to be part of this process, she has worked through therapy and she has come to this decision on her own.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Berger?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
You reference, and I quote, both parents. You identify who you identify as parents for that this testimony. Names.
Thank you. I am referring to Ms. Varga Avalos. I'm sorry, in terms of the parenting for visitation is Ms. Varga Avalos and Mr. Miller. That's who I'm referring
Mr.
to.
who?
Mr. Miller for parenting.
All right. Now, you've testified here today about the hopes you have for quote unquote co-parenting with, and I'm only interested in the two older girls. You understand that, right?
Yes.
About the advantages and your hopes for co-parenting in the future between, I assume, Mr. Avalos and is it his wife, ex-wife? What is their status?
Currently, they are still married.
All right, thank you. And the two girls. That's what you're talking about, right?
The two younger girls, yes.
And Mr. Avalos?
Right.
About 6 months ago, you were on the stand. I was cross-examining you rather vigorously, as I recall, trying to get you to acknowledge that it is important that these girls, or girls in general, children in general, have a relationship with their father. I could not get you to agree with that statement. Is that still your position?
Are you asking, do I think that the older two children need to have a relationship with their father?
That it's important that they have one with their father. Bio father.
I don't think that relationship would be in their best interest.
Nothing further.
Questions, Ms. Underwood?
Yes, has minor child Z expressed her wishes with where she would like to live moving forward?
She has.
Can you clarify what those are?
I should also clarify, I've had multiple conversations with her, so this is not our first conversation, and she's been consistent throughout. They have not been easy conversations. I know that I have upset the girls. There have been lots of tears over this, and so she continues to want to be where she's placed. Each time we talk about it, her argument becomes stronger. It's clear that she's discussed this with either a trusted adult or a therapist, because she is able to defend her position more each time. And so at this point, she does wish to remain with Mr. Avalos. She does view him as her father figure. He provides for her her safety and comfort, and that when we're having conversations and we refer to dad, that's who she's referring to. And so she is 16. This is where she wants to be. And we are in support of that.
And can you clarify for the court as well what ZM's wishes are as far as parenting time with her mother and biological father?
With mother, she does not want to see mother at this time. That's just been her position all along. She's not ready for it. In regards to Mr. Miller, she has actually requested that his rights be terminated. She does not actually want any contact or relationship with him of any means. There were a point where he had requested that we share photos with the girls from early childhood. She was not open to having any of that kind of relationship.
And do you believe that remaining placed with Guy is in her best interest?
I do.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Nice.
The placement where the girls want to be is with Guy Avalos. Have you had any income verification into the household?
I did not have any direct verification myself. I do believe it may have been given to Mr. Kowicki, the FAP worker. I have not gotten that documentation from Tyler, but I have seen changes in the household. My conversations with Mr. Avalos, there's less conversations about struggles for food, or the bills appear to be being met, and those needs appear to be being met.
And that is true since foster payments are coming into the household for the older two children, correct?
They are, yes.
Before those foster payments, there were struggles.
There were.
Electricity, lot rent, those kinds of things.
Yes.
Mom has proved time and time again the items that she is paying for the children before foster payments came in. Is that true?
Yes.
So besides foster care payments, which would not continue in a guardianship, you have no verification of income, is that correct?
I do not at this point, no.
And at one point, maybe several review periods ago, you had found some relatives who were supporting the household, is that correct?
There is one relative still supporting the household. It is not one of the concrete bills that we would look at, which would be the, gas and electric, housing itself, and the food. It's paying for like an internet bill.
Okay, and transportation is a challenge in this household, is that correct?
Transportation has been a challenge. I have to give Mr. Avalos his credit here. He did a really well in this last reporting period of communicating, of taking over the transportation, of ensuring the girls made appointments. And then if there was an incident where one was missed, and he was right on rescheduling that and got them right back into services. And so saw a lot of good problem solving skills over this last quarter. Including
KM's coach does some of the transporting when needed.
Yes, when she was in school and other ex-school activities. I've also had recent contact with him, although he is willing to provide additional support to the family as needed.
In this idea of a guardianship or co-parenting, depending on which girls we're talking about, Ms. Avalos has had a lot of domestic violence training and recovery and therapy, correct?
Yes.
Has Mr. Avalos?
We do not have any direct documentation of him doing any domestic violence treatment. He has reported, based on previous charges, that he was made to comply with domestic violence treatment from there. We also have no incidences of domestic violence in any partner relationship since the onset of this case.
Is Mr. Avalos continue to be on probation or parole?
He is still on probation. My understanding that he is at fines and fees at this point.
Thank you. We had a family team meeting in early August where Mr. Miller participated, is that correct?
Yes.
And let's see. Have you noticed a weakness in the Mr. Avalos's home where services are discontinued because there's administrative jobs that need to be done that don't get done?
Mm-hmm.
Applying for food, applying for benefits, applying for electricity coverage, those kinds of things?
Mr. Avalos understands how to seek those services. He appears to be of the mindset now that he wants to do this on his own. He is wanting to prove that he can do what the girls believe him to be able to do, and that he wants to move forward without the assistance. But he does understand how to apply for them should they need it.
Okay, and but he still doesn't have a driver's license. Is he able to apply for that?
To my understanding, there's substantial fees attached to that right now, and that it's not feasible at this time.
Does he have a car, insured and registered car?
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Briefly, are the older girls, have they participated in any MYOI services?
So they just completed the applications, and I just got the W-9s back. We were all confused on the W-9s, so it took a minute to get those back. But we were able to clarify that. Actually, Mr. Avalos clarified that and got those to me. So they are registered in MYOI. Well, we did secure YAT funds to pay for ZM's driver's training, which she is actively participating in now. Dad does have a plan, and I apologize, Mr. Avalos does have a plan for when she needs a secure driver to road test and things of that nature and practicing. Otherwise, we have not utilized any YAT funds at this point other than that for them.
Thank you for that update. I have no further questions.
What do you think the permanency planning goal should be?
There's been a lot of barriers to that, and I do think that a guardianship is in their best interest. I think it suits everyone. I think it allows the door to be open for relationships if they need him in the future with mom or with Mr. Miller at some point. I do think that Mr. Avalos can navigate those situations. I think he has the right supports. I think we put enough work into him that this family, I think they've reached their goals.
Any questions based on my question?
No.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Just briefly, But juvenile guardianship, which would be a funded entity, do you recommend that for the older two girls?
At this point, we cannot recommend that. In order to get a JG or a juvenile code guardianship to be subsidized, the foster parent or the caregiver would have to be licensed through Title 4E. I can say that as of right now, Mr. Avalos' home is not licensable, and that would create a barrier. It would also prolong this process because even if we were to license him, say tomorrow, they have to be placed with him for 6 months prior to us even applying for that subsidy. So I don't know if that's in their best interest.
Thank you, nothing further.
Okay, so that's an interesting twist. Thank you for that question, Ms. Heiss. So what about adoption for the two older Miller girls?
I would be worried that it would be a similar process as the juvenile code guardianship, and I would be worried that subsidy could deny that.
So either way, it's going to be difficult to qualify for subsidy.
Yes.
So what you're actually suggesting is for someone to go and file a probate court guardianship.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Another option would be to help them be independent. Are they in the pipe for independence? APLA?
APLA would definitely be a goal. I think it would be a little bit harder for Chloe given her age. I apologize for KM because she's only 14, and so we'd be involved for quite some time. I have talked to the girls about independent living. I still think we run into it's still going to be Mr. Avalos as the possible placement. When I talk to them about independent living and who could potentially be that placement, they want their providers to still be Mr. Avalos.
And they want the agency and all of us out of their personal life, is that right?
They would like us out of their business, yes.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
None.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. You may return to your seats. Thank you. Anyone else you'd like us to hear from? No, Your Honor. Ms. Dumont, any witnesses today?
No, Your Honor. I do have a court report though on the minor child KM if you'd like to hear that.
Are you, I think you're appointed to represent her in your capacity as an attorney. So I'll be happy to afford you a closing argument, but.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Ms. Berger, anyone you'd like us to hear from today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
No, thank you.
Ms. Underwood? No, Your Honor. Ms. Heiss?
No, thank you.
Closing comments, Ms. Thomas?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll start with the two older girls. I think that Ms. Kopis had really summarized the position well, that guardianship for them may be the most appropriate at this time through an epic full guardianship. That is something, if it's a permanency goal, that is something that my office can assist the department in filling out that documentation. I don't know that it would be appropriate necessarily at this point in time for limited guardianship. But we hear Mr. Miller, and we hear Ms. Varga Avalos, we hear the girls saying, this is where they're the happiest, then let's keep them there. And I think that generally the department supports that, even though we can't necessarily support the placement. What is the word I'm looking formally? Because of licensing and policy requirements. It seems that it is in their best interest. As relates to the two younger girls, I think that the custody case will help us resolve that matter, but I think at this point in time, they are with a parent, and it seems that Ms. Avalos or Varga Avalos is also doing very well in her parenting time. So we would just continue the permanency goal for reunification for them, and then also ask the court to allow the department the discretion for unsupervised parenting time as she continues to progress in that area. Otherwise, I think a 90-day review will be sufficient. That the parents of the two younger children, Mr. Avalos and Ms. Varga Avalos, have perhaps the opportunity to participate in some co-parenting or family therapy to demonstrate their ability to work together for their children. And I think that that's a great tool for them, and it's great to hear the progress that's been made in this review period. Thank you.
Any comments, Ms. Underwood?
I believe that the testimony from Ms. Copus is accurate after speaking with my client with respect to what her wishes are. My client is asking to stay with Mr. Avalos. She would like the rights of her biological father terminated, as she does see Mr. Avalos as her father. But at this point, I think the most important thing is that she be allowed to remain in his care and custody, and for a guardianship to be authorized in this file, whether it's through the juvenile code or through a limited or a full guardianship. Sounds like the parents testified that they would both be in support of it, so limited guardianship might make sense at this time. But again, I would defer to the court's discretion on which avenue we take with respect to allowing ZM to remain with Mr. Avalos. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks?
Those of us who have had the benefit of a legal education all take pride in the fact that what we are a part of is the pursuit of justice in conflict situations. There will be no justice for Joe Miller in this case. His ex-wife has inflicted irreparable damage on the relationship between himself and his two girls. He's done it through fraud as adjudicated by the Ohio courts, her intransigence in doing anything she can to interfere outside of the court system, and her obvious hatred she's displayed here today for Joe Miller. It worked. The girls are brainwashed. He's, in street terms, screwed. I may not share his anger, but I certainly share his frustration at the injustice that's been done to him and his family, which includes, whether Mrs. Avalos likes it or not, those two girls. Thank you.
Comments, Ms. Dumont?
Yes, Your Honor. When speaking with the minor child KM, she wants to live with Mr. Avalos, who she refers to as her father. She's currently going into the 9th grade. She has all A's and B's. She's involved in track and wrestling. She does not want to be reunified with her mom due to the trauma that she's endured. She doesn't want therapeutic parenting time or parenting time at all. She also wants the court to know she wants her biological father's rights terminated. And she wants the court to know that she feels safe, loved, and happy where she is and wants to continue to stay there. So I do think that the guardianship is not only in her best interests, but in line with what she wants to be done.
Ms. Berger?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I think it's interesting that that Mr. Brooks thinks that my client brainwashed these children when she said no contact with them for as long as I've been involved in the case. So at least since January, I believe, or at least she wasn't ordered any contact. So at this time, Judge, we're in agreement. We support guardianship. My client, through her testimony and through the exhibit presented today, is asking the court to do something like this in order for her two oldest children to stay with their current caregiver and the person that they see as their father. So that's what we are asking for today. I know that she will be extremely cooperative and will do everything in her power to make sure that she signs all of the appropriate documents and gets that taken care of as quickly as possible. So we are asking just for one more 90-day review, and that we coordinate any efforts to get that goal of guardianship taken care of before that actual hearing date. Thank you.
Thank you. The court finds all interested parties were given notice for purposes of today's review, hearing, and permanency planning hearing. Thank you to Ms. Stephanie Varga Avalos for the progress that she's made. And for Mr. Miller, some of the limited progress that he's made, we're looking forward to him engaging in his recommended services if he wishes to step into visitation with his daughters or therapeutic reunification. I also hear him acknowledging that he's open to releasing his rights if that's what serves the best interests of his daughters, which is good to hear. The two oldest children are certainly old enough to express a preference and have developed
The youngest is 14, Your Honor, so the answer is yes.
they are old enough to express a preference and have
Right.
strongly expressed that through the duration of the case. Mr. Avalos has taken care of the younger two daughters as well as the older two daughters, and that appears to be a situation that we want to stabilize and cement for all four of these minor children moving forward. The goal of reunification for the younger two children is certainly appropriate. With their father, the goal for the older two children will be guardianship, which is not even really something that is something about probate court guardianship. I can't order under the abuse and neglect file. That will be something that department has to continue to explore in the future. I'll also ask you to look at adoption as an option here. Given the circumstances, Mr. Avalos would still clearly have the ability to facilitate whatever relationship he wishes between the girls and their mother, and he appears appropriate and ready to do that. But that would create a situation potentially with some funding that would be a more sustainable option for the girls moving forward in that particular household of choice. And Mr. Miller appears to support that as well. So please look at that moving forward and figure out which option is best for this family in order to stabilize where they have come to at this point. I think that was well said by Ms. Kopus on the stand. We just need to finish or rather finalize legally how that will proceed moving forward. The children will remain in their placement directed by the court with Guy Avalos. That is the safest and least restrictive under the circumstances. Obviously, Ms. Varga Avalos is still looking for housing. Mr. Miller has not established his relationship with his daughters or housing or other resources. We are familiar with his position. So they will remain with Mr. Avalos moving forward for all those reasons and the other reasons that were expressed on record today. Our next permanency planning hearing and review will take place October 21st at 10 o'clock in the morning. Once again, it's October 21st at 10 a.m. Unless there's any questions.
Children, file 23163.
All right, we're on record for what's been docketed as the 6th review and permanency planning hearing. May I have the names of our participants, please?
Lee Heiss, lawyer guardian at Litem.
Ms. Tasha Thomas, counsel for the department. Ms. Kopus.
Avalos, child welfare specialist with Wyoming County DHS.
Michael Brooks, I represent the father, Joseph Miller. Mr. Miller, I don't believe is present. I don't know if he's on Zoom or not.
He is not.
He is not.
Stephanie Varga, Avalos, mother.
Alexis Stang on behalf of the respondent mother.
Katerina Dilma, court appointed attorney for Chloe Miller.
Thank you. All right. All right. Did we have an attorney for the other child as well? Or-
Yes, Nicole Underwood is upstairs. We have her permission to move forward on this. I think Ms. Thomas was double checking the date.
All right. Would you like to go ahead and present on what's been happening?
Thank you, Your Honor. We had a half-prepared guardianship petition, and today we worked on finishing that today with the resources from a couple of different people's files. So we have filed on behalf of Chloe and Zoe Miller petition for limited guardianship. And the clerk was not available at that time to double check our work, but we're anticipating that when she does get a hold of Alexis Stang, who is the moving attorney, we can correct any errors that may be outstanding, and we ask that February 4th at 1:30 is the next time the court is available to grant this guardianship and do a review. I have visited with the children in person. They are here with us today too, and I don't believe an adjournment would be any detriment to them.
Thank you. Your position, Ms. Thomas?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am agreeable to an adjournment, and I believe that February 4th puts us at a 3-month mark. Ms. Kopis has prepared an updated court report for today's hearing, and so I would just ask, we be permitted to file just a memo unless there's some crazy changes that are happening. But I think that we'll be within our 90 days, and I think that allowing time for the guardianship documents to be finalized and accepted by the clerk will help the youth achieve permanency much faster that way, rather than starting a review today and going out another 3 months. Thank you.
Your position, Ms. Stang?
I agree with everything that was already stated on the record, and we have no objections to the adjournment.
Your position, Mr. Brooks?
No objection.
Ms. Dumont?
No objection, Your Honor, that's what the minor child wants to happen.
Very good. Are you familiar at all with Ms. Underwood's position?
I believe the position is the same.
Thank you.
I heard her say it too.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. All right, I have no objection, Ms. Thomas, to a memo with updates on any changes between now and February, and I think if the attorneys have any issue with that, they'll be sure to let you know. I do think that allowing for review and processing of that petition for guardianship through the probate court is appropriate and necessary under the circumstances. I find it to be a good cause to allow the adjournment. So I will grant that request. All prior orders will remain in full force and effect, and we'll continue today's hearing to Tuesday, February 4th at 1:30 p.m. Unless there's any questions, that's all for today.
Thank you.